Continue our discussion of important and enlightening topics. I believe our order, and I would tell you, everybody got the your reimbursement form on your desk. If you can get those filled out this morning and get those to the chairs, we'll get those signed and turned in. I'm sure that someone back in LSO, probably named Kathy, will really appreciate that we get those in. And she's tired of fighting with me about the online ones. So I like these a lot better because I can never figure out how to get the signature on the online ones. This morning, we're going to continue our discussion of aging Wyoming. And I believe we planned on starting this morning with Mr. Bowley. There's not very many people in the audience to choose from, so we've not been a real popular committee this meeting, and that's not a bad thing. This morning, we're going to start with Mr. Bowley. Now we're going to talk about nursing home. It says on your schedule, Nursing Home Administrators Practice Act, and anything that we need to continue from yesterday as well about nursing home placement, available beds, etc. So we will turn time over to you, Mr. Bowley. Go ahead and introduce yourself and jump right in.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, committee members, Eric Bowley with Wyoming Hospital Association and Leading Age Wyoming. I also think Emily Crumbaugh is on from the Wyoming Board of Nursing Home Administrators. If we could admit her, she's going to help present this.
There she is. Good morning, Emily. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm well, thank you.
I was going to think yesterday we didn't have a background that could be outdone, but your background today wins the prize. Very nice. Good to see you this morning. So,
Thank you.
Mr. Bullock, go ahead and begin and then batch off to Emily whenever you want.
Okay, sounds good. So, Mr. Chairman, about 2 years ago, I was contacted by Emily's predecessor to take a look at the Practice Act for nursing home administrators. And just as a little bit of background, when I was a nursing home administrator practicing in a facility, I served on the board for several years. And then when I took this position, statute dictates that I couldn't serve on that board, but I've continued a close relationship with that board, and many of my members in Leading Age Wyoming have served on that board. But this hasn't been updated in quite a few years, and realistically, it's pretty straightforward and pretty simple, but it's some cleanup that we think makes a lot of sense. And so Emily did a really good job of putting together some bullet points and walking through this. We submitted it last week, I believe, so I hope everyone has a copy of that. But it might make sense to just have Emily walk through these, and then we can talk about why we think these are important changes to the statute.
Can I ask a favor? Can we get it on that screen on the back like we had it yesterday as well? If we, oh, okay, then don't worry about it. I'll turn my head. It's your fault if I have to cramp my neck. Go ahead, Emily.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I'm not sure what you're seeing, so please feel free to stop me or back me up if I'm passing where you need to be. The first change you'll see starts in Title 33, Section 22-102. And there is a comment as to the ex officio member appointed by the Director of the Department of Health. In recent years, nobody has taken the opportunity to appoint this. We are not certain of the Department of Health's desire for this opportunity. So we just have a comment that we could discuss with them if they'd like to keep it. Obviously, we would defer to the expertise of the committee members on that potential change. Subsection.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, Emily. I did have a conversation with Stefan Johansson on this, and they're not wedded to it. As Emily's indicated, I can't remember the last time there was actually an appointee from the Department of Health on this board. And things are pretty thin there, but Stefan acted like there was really no love lost if we were to delete that and not require an appointee from the Department of Health.
Thank you. If committee member, somebody will make a bullet point. Does everybody have this handout, by the way?
I can't find it.
Okay, proceed, Emily. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. In subsection B, there is a note Regarding the last sentence where it says, the remaining 2 appointees shall each be operator, administrator of a nursing home within Wyoming, so on and so forth. There is some difference of interpretation, whether or not, because it says appointee, if that means it's only at the time of appointment, and following appointment, a board member does not have to continue serving as the operator administrator of a nursing home in Wyoming. As Mr. Bully mentioned, that is why he ended up resigning from the board, because of this provision. We're not sure if you feel that having the word members instead of appointees would change that concern or not. That's also something we leave to your expertise. Just a comment that because there is some confusion about the language, we weren't sure what legislature's true intent was and if you felt that needed clarification.
Very good. Thanks, Emma. We'll take a look at that when we work this through.
Thank you. And I'll continue if that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman. In 3322-103, we have added a sentence to this paragraph asking that an applicant for licensure under this act shall provide board fingerprints and other information necessary for a criminal history record background check as provided under, and then we have DCI statute here. So we are requesting authority to do background checks via the fingerprint method through DCI and the FBI as a condition of application. In the final change, Mr. Chairman and committee, would be under 3322-104. And we're asking to add the sentence that the board may set continuing education requirements for renewal. At this time, there is not clear authority to do so, and the board would like to require some continuing education as a condition for a license renewal. And that does conclude our requested changes.
Very good.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to comment on those 3 different, the 3 that I haven't already commented on. There's already, nursing home administrators already get 25 hours of CEUs annually that we submit when we renew our license applications. This would just put it in statute that that's required and give the board the opportunity to put that as a rule. And we think it makes good sense. There are things that change constantly in our industry, as everyone's aware of, in long-term care. And so continuing education is vitally important. So we'd like to have that ability. As far as a background check, I'm not aware of any other boards that don't require a background check. And with the scrutiny that nursing homes have been under, especially during COVID, but a lot of other things, we just think that upon initial issuance of a license, it makes sense to do that background check. I had to go through background check to become a stockbroker 30 years ago. I mean, this is important stuff. We're taking care of our elderly residents. And I just want you to also know that I've contacted Carolyn Passano with the Wyoming Healthcare Association. She's taken a look at all of these, and she stands in support of this. I don't think she's here, but we've made sure to get all interested parties informed of what the proposed changes were. And then finally, as Emily said, we're actually looking at a situation right now where on her board, there's a nursing home administrator that's serving as a chairman on there that no longer is an administrator at a Wyoming nursing home. And there's ambiguity. And so we'd like to clarify that. And we think it makes sense to have those people working at the time while they're here in Wyoming.
Very good. Thank you. Questions, committee, for Emily or for Mr. Boley? Blank stares, have some coffee. No questions, committee? Okay, let's see if there's any public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boley. Is there any public comment?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, a question.
Sorry,
Somebody
Mr.
woke up.
Chairman, Mr. Boley, I do have a question.
Go ahead, Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious about the language of operator administrator. Is that the same as owner? Is that the appropriate language to be using to get? So if we make a modification, is operator administrator the appropriate language that we should be using
Mr. Bullock.
rather than a president and owner, something along those lines?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Conley, I think it's a great question, and Emily may have her own thoughts, but I think it definitely captures what we want to do. You could have an investment company or any type that may own it, but the administrators are the ones that we're hoping to capture and have serve on the board and also govern themselves. And so I think the verbiage is correct. Emily may have other thoughts.
Mr. Chairman, can I continue?
Go ahead,
there?
follow up.
Okay, all right. So let's say, and not that I like this, but people that live, some people who work in Cheyenne live across the border in Colorado. You probably don't want them or do want them to be eligible to serve?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Conley, I believe if they are the administrators of a Wyoming nursing home, they'd be eligible to serve on that board.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Boley,
Go ahead.
if they live in Colorado?
Emily,
Go ahead, Emily.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Representative Connolly. I don't believe there is anything prohibiting that situation as long as they are an administrator of a home in Wyoming. There's no residency requirement that I can see.
Mr. Chairman, but isn't your request that we change it to make it clear that they need to live in Wyoming?
Mr. Chairman,
Go
I
ahead.
think our intent is to make sure that they're an administrator in Wyoming,
Okay,
not
that they
living in
work.
Wyoming. Yeah,
Got it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question.
Yeah, that's the way that I read the change it's requested. Any further questions, committee? Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the changes you're doing to 32 or 33, 22, 102, what's the probability of a conflict of interest coming up? You said you had to step down because from that board when you took the position you are now. If we change it, you could still be a member of this board? And wouldn't that be a conflict of interest?
Mr. Bully.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiver, no, this would actually clarify that I would need to step down, but that I would need to continue to be an active nursing home administrator. I have a nursing home administrator's license now, but I'm not an active one. I don't have a facility that I'm administrator of. So this would clarify that. And it would make sure that that person that is on the board is currently serving and working in a nursing home in our state.
Follow up, go ahead.
How many nursing home administrators do we have in Wyoming?
Mr. Bully.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to defer to Emily because she might know.
Go ahead, Emily.
Mr. Chairman and committee, I am pulling that data up right this second. If you could give me just one moment.
We have a moment or two here. You're fine.
Thank you. There
Mr.
are
Chairman, I saw a list of it. There's quite a few.
there are 89 active nursing home administrators licensed by this board.
Any follow-up on that? Nope. Yep. Go ahead. Nope, you're done. Anybody else got a question on the committee?
Mr. Chairman, there are 38 nursing homes in the state though, so if that helps. So
80 some administrators and 30 some, so several are not practicing right now. They're just,
they're a lot like me. There are some that do interim work. We have several that have go in and help when we have vacancies or when they're in search process and some of them just continue to carry those so that in the event that they decide to get back in the industry, they've kept that education and that license in place.
I suspect it's like a lot of licenses. You don't want to let it go. Once you've got it, you don't know if you're going to need it again. So,
I don't ever want to do the test again, Mr. Chairman.
yeah, I feel that way about my DOT driver's license. Thank you. Anyone else on the committee have a question? No further questions. We're going to let you go one more time until you get about 10 steps
Sounds
back.
good. Thank you.
One more time, we'll ask, see if there's any public comment. We do have one public comment. I see Mr. Scott is beaming himself to us. There he is. Good morning, Mr. Scott. Go ahead and
morning.
introduce yourself and
Yeah, thank you.
tell
sir.
us what's on your mind this morning.
Yes, Ramsey Scott again with the Alzheimer's Association Wyoming chapter, public policy manager. I won't take too much of your time. Really just want to stand in support for this bill. One of the things that we truly like about this is the may set continuing education requirements for renewal. We see that as going to be a key piece for administrators, and to be able to make that requirement on them, I think is going to be really important. Especially from our perspective, as the Alzheimer's population grows in Wyoming, there's going to be a lot more need for people to understand what it means to be giving care to those living with dementia. And, we're hoping that this board is able, maybe starts doing that in the future if they have this power. So we just really would love for y'all to support this bill, and I won't take up any more of your time on this, and stand for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from Mr. Scott, committee members? Seeing none. You're delightfully off this morning. We're not going to pick on you.
Sounds great.
Any
Thank you.
further? Thank you for coming in. Any further public comment? It appears not. And by the way, good morning, Representative Clifford. We have to turn to see you on the screen here. You're hard to see over there. Good morning. No further comment. Close this public comment committee. Do I have a motion? What are you going to move there, Representative Flitner?
Moving it all.
Okay, can you make that more specific for us?
Mr. Chairman.
Can you turn on your mic? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, good morning. Thank you. I would move the proposed changes that were presented to us by Mr. Boley, both in 33-22-102, subparagraph A, and the addition of the word appointees in subparagraph B. Also, the additional paragraph in 33-22-103. And the additional sentence in 33-22-104.
Very good. LSO has all that. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
just for clarification, that's for a bill draft for an upcoming labor meeting, correct?
Yes, sir. Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
I hear 2 seconds. I heard Representative Conley and I saw Senator on, but we'll take Representative Conley because she's closest to me. We have a first and a second. Are there any discussion, committee members? Moving this forward to a bill draft. Question. All those in favor of moving this to a bill draft, please raise your hands. Any opposed? Same sign. One opposed. Less than the ayes. Okay, we'll move that forward to a bill draft. We'll be doing that in September. Thank you very much, Mr. Boley. Thanks for your presentation, and Emily, who is still on screen, but we appreciate that testimony and we appreciate the brevity in getting through that. We're going to go ahead of schedule as we did yesterday. That's my goal today. That moves us forward to a more lengthy subject. We're going to talk about pharmacy services. And this is a little deeper well than it appears on the agenda. It's a fairly deep subject. My sense is that we'll hit the surface pretty hard today. And I was just talking with someone this morning about how many times in the past 5 years we've actually talked about PBMs and various pharmacy subjects. And it's quite a few, at least 4 PBM bills that I could come up with. So it's not new to us. It's new to the new committee members. So this will be an enlightening day. So I believe you can come on down, sir. No, who wants to come down and start us off on pharmacy?
I believe we were expecting Dr. Kim Kruger from the School of Pharmacy,
Is he with us?
and he may have been expecting 9:30.
Oh, that's what happens when you get ahead of schedule. We're too efficient. Well, in that case, let's just bump things around. We'll let him relax until 9:30. Let's talk about pharmacy technician scope of practice. I think that's a valuable subject, and we breezed on that just a touch this last session, but let's go into that. So we're going to bump ahead on the schedule a little bit and try to keep going. There's no hiding from committee members this morning because there's not very many. For those of you online that can't see, there's not very many people in the audience. So it's easy to pick people out that want to come speak to us. Go ahead and introduce yourself and talk to us.
Good morning, Chairman Baldwin and members of the committee. My name is Matt Martineau. I'm the Executive Director for the Wyoming State Board of Pharmacy. If the committee prefers, I can do the licensing report as well as do a brief discussion on telepharmacies before going into pharmacy technicians.
That would be wonderful. Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
Okay. In Wyoming, we have we have currently 1,437 pharmacists who are licensed to practice in Wyoming. 84 of those are inactive licenses, but all they have to do is show that they've met the CE requirement to become reactivated. We have one licensee who has a conditional license. We have 1,352 active licenses that are unrestricted to practice in Wyoming. And out of all of those licenses, we have 649 who have a Wyoming mailing address. So by our best estimate, we have approximately just under 650 pharmacists practicing in Wyoming. In pharmacy technicians, we currently have 692 who are licensed to practice in Wyoming. 19 of those are inactive. So similarly, they need to show that they've met the CE requirement prior to having their license be reactivated. That drops us down to 673 active licenses who have unrestricted practice in Wyoming. And of those 673, 635 are licensed with a mailing address in Wyoming. So very close to a 1-to-1 ratio of the number of pharmacists to technicians that we have in the state. We have currently 237 pharmacy technicians who are technicians in training. So it's more of it's a step down in licensure. They're not allowed to do as many functions as a pharmacy technician would be able to do. And it's a temporary license where they have 2 years to meet all of the requirements and take and pass a certification test before becoming fully licensed. We currently have 181 pharmacy interns with active registrations. 160 of these are interns that are enrolled or have just graduated from the University of Wyoming School of Pharmacy. And 21 of those interns are from out-of-state universities, but come to Wyoming to do practical rotations at pharmacies or facilities here in Wyoming. The Board of Pharmacy also issues something called an individual controlled substance registration. This is something that practitioners obtain to be able to prescribe controlled substances. Currently, we have 4,497 individual controlled substance registrants. These include MDs, APRNs, DVMs, PAs, ODs. It also includes state wildlife officials, canine officers, ambulance services, research laboratories, et cetera. With our business licenses, we issue a methamphetamine precursor license. This is a license that allows retail outlets to sell Sudafed products. And currently we have 53 facilities with an active methamphetamine precursor license. The board also issues something called an emergency or an ancillary drug permit. This is something that allows nursing homes to have a drug supply on hand for emergency situations when there's a resident that needs to be administered something right away, but doesn't necessarily need to be brought into like an ER or be admitted into a hospital. Currently, we have 32 facilities with an active emergency drug permit. With our resident Wyoming pharmacies, we currently have 3 different types of license. We have resident community pharmacies, institutional pharmacies, and telepharmacies. There are currently 157 separate pharmacy establishments in Wyoming. 118 of those are retail pharmacy establishments. There's a total of 136 licenses because 18 of our hospitals also hold a retail license. But we have 118 individual retail pharmacies in Wyoming. We have 35 institutional pharmacies and 4 telepharmacy licenses, but only 3 are active currently. With our non-resident pharmacies, we have 904 retail pharmacies that operate within Wyoming and hold a license with us, but are located out of state. We also license wholesale distributors, manufacturers, and another group called third-party logistics providers. There are 656 wholesale distributors, manufacturers, et cetera, under that license type, and 104 third-party logistics providers. A third-party logistics provider is an entity that is responsible for shipping drugs and doesn't take ownership of them. So that's something like UPS or FedEx. They just get drugs from A to B is what they do. And that in a nutshell is the state of licenses with the Board of Pharmacy. We have a little bit of business to keep us busy throughout the year.
I have a quick question while you're there.
Yes,
And I
sir.
know it was 2 years ago, we passed the telepharmacy bill 2 or 3 years ago. And you say we have three active licenses. Is that correct? Do you know where those are at off the top of your head?
Mr. Chairman, yes, there is telepharmacy in Du Bois, in Moorcroft, and one in Guernsey.
Interesting. Though we expected a couple others that would come on after that. Telepharmacy apparently has not come through.
It's one of those things where, and I imagine there may be others that speak more to the difficulties that retail pharmacy is in. It's one of those things where I'm not sure how much easier we could make it for telepharmacies to operate with. The difficulty is all the costs associated with having the location and still trying to be profitable with reimbursement rates, but that's outside of the scope of what the board can do.
I was thinking that at least two of the potential telepharmacy sites that came to us that were actually, they didn't request the legislation, but they were very interested and said it was necessary because people couldn't get pharmacy. Neither one of those places have come through, but that's just informational. Yeah.
We did have, Mr. Chairman, previously, we did have a telepharmacy in Pine Bluffs, but that one has since closed. The telepharmacy in Guernsey was previously a retail pharmacy, but was bought by a chain, a very small chain from Colorado. And they converted it from being a full-time pharmacy to being a telepharmacy. And the fourth one that isn't open yet is going to be up in Upton, so close to Gillette.
Very good. Go ahead, proceed.
So that I guess also is the report on telepharmacies as well.
That's quick.
Pardon me, I'm just double checking I asked my licensing specialist to double check a number for me since we're about to talk about technicians and one of the things that we learned during the pandemic. In the materials that I provided, I tried to outline for the committee some of that. Back at the very beginning of the pandemic, the Secretary for Health and Human Services used the PrEP Act to make various declarations to try to ease a lot of restrictions and mobilize a lot of people during the pandemic. And that really took off when immunizations started coming out and becoming a thing. In October was when they issued declarations that included pharmacy technicians among the qualified individuals that were allowed to participate and administer vaccinations. It set forth the criteria that had to be observed in order for them to be a qualified person to do that. And those included having a current CPR certification and having the appropriate training that's from an ACP accredited program that stands for American College of Pharmacy, or pardon me, American College of Pharmacy Education. So basically the same course that pharmacists take either in school or afterwards to be able to do immunizations, pharmacy technicians had to take and pass the same certification. And they have to do all of this stuff under the supervision of the pharmacist. They're not just allowed to go out and do it on their own. Since October, we've, by our best estimate so far from the contacts that we've been able to find and people that have been willing to share that information with us, we currently have 86 pharmacy technicians in Wyoming who have met those requirements and are participating in providing vaccines under the PrEP Act declarations. When we compare that to the number of our active pharmacists, we have approximately 649 pharmacists with active licenses. 490 of those pharmacists hold an immunization registration. So roughly 2/3 of our pharmacists in Wyoming are able to immunize. And we have more than 10% of our pharmacy technicians who have made use of that. When we compare what we saw with how immunizations first happened with pharmacists, the legislature first created Wyoming Statute 3324-157 back in 2006. And in 2006, it took the board a little bit of time to create rules. And so in 2006, there were only 7 pharmacists that took advantage of that and became registered to do immunizations when that initially came out. Over the next year, there were only an additional 29 that did. So in approximately 12 months, there were only 36 pharmacists that chose to participate and do vaccines. And in the 7 months from the PrEP Act declaration, we've got almost 3 times that number of pharmacy technicians that have stepped up and tried to help in that effort. And this is one of the topics that the board has looked at trying to do in the past, as far as trying to expand the things that a pharmacy technician can do in order to free up the time that the pharmacist is able to have and spend with their patients and fulfill more of a clinical role and do a lot more with their license than just a dispensing function. In those previous conversations, our advising attorney has said that she believes it would be best if we could have the legislature specify in statute that interns and technicians can also provide immunizations, since it had to be spelled out that pharmacists could do it as well. So and I apologize that I didn't have this ready for you guys for the committee to consider prior to this morning. But one of the handouts that I brought with me included some proposed language for such an amendment in 3324-157, where it would still be permissive that pharmacy interns and pharmacy technicians who are licensed and who register with the board may administer immunizations under the supervision of a pharmacist. And then the similar language that we have in there, or pardon me, the language that follows where I referenced chapter 16 is what we have for our qualifications for pharmacists and interns. So we would have them, the pharmacy technicians, having to have the same requirements, which again is what has already been required from the PrEP Act declarations. Our advising attorney had also recommended that we ask the legislature to consider removing the statutory definition of direct supervision, because the practice of pharmacy is changing very, very quickly. And there's a lot of aspects to practice where direct supervision as defined in statute isn't keeping up with what practice is able to do. In hospital pharmacies, for example, they make use of technology-assisted verification programs. When a pharmacy technician goes and restocks the various machines on the floors of the hospital, the machine is scanning the drugs and confirming that the technician is putting the medications in the correct pockets. And it's requiring the technician to enter the lot and expiration date of the product. And if it's a controlled substance, it's requiring the technician to do a count. And if there's any discrepancy, an audit gets triggered and things like that. The pharmacist is literally not at their elbow physically in the room as it is suggested needs to happen with the current statutory definition. Similarly, too, when a pharmacy technician goes into the compounding room and is compounding a sterile preparation, the pharmacist isn't gowning and garbing up and being physically in the room, observing them in those compounding activities. The technician gowns and garbs, goes in, makes the preparation, brings materials back out, and shows the pharmacist everything that they did. Some of our pharmacies have either a camera where the technician, when they're done, can ring a bell and the pharmacist can log into the computer and physically see what happens before the technician leaves the compounding area. Or the Gillette Hospital, Campbell County Memorial Hospital, has an interesting program where they have a little computer inside and it takes camera pictures and does everything so that the pharmacist can review all of the steps when the technician comes out. So again, like I say, that practice is beginning to exceed what the current definition is.
I sense a question from my co-chairman. Go ahead, Ned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Martineau, I understand about the changes in practice as far as the lock boxes and that type of thing, but the suggested language on the immunization administration does use the phrase under the direct supervision of a licensed pharmacist as far as administration of immunization. And I'm not quite sure what what you folks are anticipating as far as the intern or technician doing. I mean, I don't imagine that they would be immunizing people on the hospital floor. They have plenty of other people that would be available for that. Could you flesh that out a little bit? That seems, to be diverging.
Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
Mr. Chairman and Chairman Wilson, yes, and that was one of the things that our attorney pointed out to me on the conversation in the car on the way up here. I used the term because elsewhere in the Pharmacy Act, down in 3324-301, which is also called the Pharmacy Technician Act, there is the phrase direct supervision used in a few other spots within that section. And so she had mentioned that I should bring that up, and it would be something to consider removing direct and just leave it as supervision if the committee agrees to that, and allow the board to set what supervision requirements need to look like for pharmacy technicians.
Follow up.
Well, it's not really a follow-up, it's a different question.
Okay.
So, and perhaps you might want to just answer this later if there's a little bit more on this, but looking at what you have in your rules, and you talked about that they take the same class for the immunization training, whether you're a pharmacist or a technician. So I guess both of those professions have the same training for giving immunizations. Are you able to tell me a little bit more what that training is? And part two of that is, what is the actual professional training that someone gets to be a pharmacy technician?
Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
Pardon me, Chairman, and Chairman Wilson, I just need to make sure I write your question down because I'm sure I'll forget the different parts of it. So part one, the training components for the immunization program, and then the professional training requirements for pharmacy technicians. So I'll do the last question first. The professional training requirements for a pharmacy technician are varied. There's a lot of different opportunities. The Casper College, Casper Community College, I always get our facilities names incorrect, I'm sorry. They have a pharmacy technology program that offers a degree. So there are people who enroll in Casper College and get a degree from that program and come out and are highly qualified and highly trained pharmacy technicians. The current requirements, both in statute and from the board's rules, the minimum for a pharmacy technician in training is to have a high school degree or a GED. And from there, they can have on the site or on the job experience training. And so within that 2-year period, they're learning all of the different aspects of pharmacy practice, depending on the setting that they're in. Hospital pharmacy will typically have a lot more compounding and specifically sterile compounding practice. So they get really good at all of the procedures and manipulations and the math that's involved with preparing those products. They have to be familiar with Wyoming law and take a test on that. When they end up taking their exam, there's 2 different organizations that provide a certification. One of them is the Pharmacy Technician PTCB, Pharmacy Technician Certification Board. And I always get this one wrong because the acronym is ACCEPT, but they're the National Healthcare Association Alliance, I believe is the name of their program. And they kind of diverged originally where ACCEPT allowed more on the job sort of training, and PTCB was more just like a test of knowledge. Both required a competency exam to be taken and competency to be proven, but a technician has the opportunity to earn either, and that ends up showing that they're minimally competent to practice as a pharmacy technician. And across the country, there are currently only, I believe there's only 3 states that do not require licensure or certification. Every other state either requires certification or licensure or both.
I'm just curious. I want to throw in something here. And I'm coming to mind with CPR is the example I'm thinking of, where there's facilities that recognize For instance, CPR from American Heart Association. There's other facilities that don't accept that one, that accept it from American Red Cross. Are there facilities that recognize one and not the other of these certifications?
Mr. Chairman, can you clarify what do you mean by
Well,
which
be that a
facilities?
hospital, be it a chain of pharmacies, be it whatever. Are there some that accept one and not the other?
Mr. Chairman, as far as I know, there is, in the past, it used to be a board requirement that it used to be that it had to be healthcare provider basic life-saving skills, or BLS. So a little, not as intense as advanced cardiac life support or pediatric life support, because those are 6-hour-long courses to do, but a little bit more intense than CPR. But both the American Red Cross and the American Heart Association over time have changed a lot of their language and requirements for that. And it appears now that the BLS is more if you're going to be a trainer and a provider of CPR training. And so the board, as part of we're engaged in finishing up our rulemaking on our immunization regulations right now. We had changed it from, as part of an emergency rule, we had matched the PrEP Act language to drop it from BLS to CPR. So it was a lot easier for everyone to understand what the requirement needed to be. And then to make it easier, we just said that it has to be CPR certification. So it doesn't have to be from the American Red Cross or the American Heart Association. If the facility, typically in my experience, if a facility requires a particular one, then they go to the effort and the extent of providing their employees the training from that organization to make sure that they're complying with their own requirement.
And now I had to extend that, Mr. Martin, to the certification for the immunization, or for the certification as a technician. There were two different sources. You could go one way or the other. Are we looking at something similar there, or are they universally accepted? If you got one, that's fine, but you don't have to have one or the other. Is that clear? You know what I'm saying?
Mr. Chairman, yeah. And that was one of the questions that a lot of the states had when the PrEP Act guidance came out, because there weren't ACPE accredited immunization training programs per se, the way that the PrEP Act guidance had it worded. So there was another clarification that came out that explained what they meant by that. So currently in Wyoming, our regulations point to something called the APHA, or the American Pharmacy Association immunization training, or the Washington Pharmacy Association training, or something else that's been recognized by the board. And those other things that are recognized by the board are the training and courses that some universities offer to their pharmacy students as part of the curriculum while they're in pharmacy school. As far as that, and then that gets us into Chairman Wilson's other question about what does the training in the immunization program entail? It involves a lot of different things. It involves proper reconstitution of some of the vaccines, because some of the vaccines come as a dry powder and you have to add some liquid to them to get them to the correct concentration. It involves proper technique to draw the vaccine up into the syringe and how to remove bubbles and selecting needle size. It includes administration techniques so that the individual is injecting it correctly into the shoulder, specifically the deltoid muscle, and that they're not doing too high and go into the joint and have like a shoulder related, or pardon me, vaccine-induced shoulder injury or some other problem. It involves recognition of different types of reactions that can occur. So differentiating like a cellulitis or a type of skin infection versus an allergy type reaction. It includes how to respond to an emergency anaphylactic type reaction, as far as like how to lay the individual down and beginning compressions and administering epinephrine and contacting 911, all that sort of stuff. So it's a pretty thorough program. It includes two separate components. There's an 8-hour online training component and a 12-hour. I might need to ask for help from the audience.
This is like a lifeline, right?
Maybe. I get it backwards. I'm not sure if the total is a 20-hour. Is it 20? Is it 12?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, I'm Melinda Carroll. I'm a practicing pharmacist in Cheyenne. It's a total of 12 hours, 8 hours of didactic material and 4 hours of
Live training.
that you have to go through. And as for your question, Chairman Baldwin, the accept versus the PTCB, is there a preference? No, both are accepted in all facilities that I know of.
And since you're sitting there, I have a question about the continuing education. It's 1 hour, is that correct? Without opening it up, it's 1 hour. What does that consist of? What is that 1 hour continuing education? Is that a lecture online? Is that actually somebody hands-on, here's how you do it again, refresher? What exactly is it?
Mr. Chairman, it can be a lot of different things. It's 1 hour of continuing education related to immunization. So it could be the annual flu updates. That's typically a half an hour of CE, depending on the provider that you get that from. It could be having to get recertified for your CPR, since you have to have a current CPR certification to meet the requirement to do it. There's live training, there's online training. There's a lot of different options that are out there. The board didn't want to restrict things and keep it to where there's only so many options to meet the requirement within a year. And if you miss it, then you're in trouble.
Oh, no. Okay. Further questions, Representative Botman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question on 3324-157D. It looks as though we're looking to add that. What I was wondering, where it says no employer shall discriminate against a pharmacy intern or pharmacy tech on the basis that the pharmacy intern or pharmacy tech chooses not to register with the board. Would that be an employee that says, you know, I really don't want to take this training and become a vaccination person or a tech, one of those? Is that what it is, that they just prefer not to go into that field?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, that was the intent when I was putting that in there, was to match the language that was up in A about the employer not being able to discriminate against a pharmacist for choosing not to administer immunizations. Because right now, everything with the PrEP Act is voluntary. It's not a compulsory, technicians must do this stuff and be part of the vaccine administration effort. So yeah, what we've seen and what we've heard from industry is that they've taken that as a voluntary thing, and they've tried to do various enticements by including things like a raise or a promotion or things along that nature for the pharmacy technicians that have chosen to do it. And others are, and that's, I believe that's part of why we're seeing what we're seeing in the numbers that we've been able to find so far. Generally speaking, it's the pharmacy chains that have made greater utilization of that, and probably because they have greater assets to have us be that enticement compared to our independent pharmacies. Based off of our research, we were only able to identify one pharmacy technician working at one independent pharmacy that chose to make use of the PrEP Act declaration and become able to provide immunizations, as opposed to all the other ones that are from chain pharmacies.
Okay, we have a young lady here that has chosen to do that, and she's very excited about it. I was just wondering about registering with the board. So that is really, when you talk about registering with the board, that's getting your training and your license for these different positions of employment. Is that what registering with the board means?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, the language that I was using there was to mirror what we have currently in practice in Wyoming. Pharmacists, when they're licensed, their license doesn't automatically include the ability to prescribe or administer immunizations. It's a separate registration that they have to obtain, and that they have to show that the board that they meet the minimum criteria to be able to do that. So I'm sorry.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering about, and this is a new committee for me, so I was just wanting to understand. So registering and getting licensed are the same thing.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, thank you. Yes, I'm sorry. I got lost in my own head there for a second. They're separate steps. So the individual would first be licensed, and then if they choose to participate and do these things, then they would have to show that they meet the minimum criteria and obtain that separate registration under their existing license. That would allow them to do that practice. And again, like I say, that's based off of what we currently have in effect in Wyoming. The other pages in the handout that I've had show the language from other states. Our neighbors to the west of us use a different model, and one state back to the east use a delegation model, which is more similar to, I believe, Medical Practice Act, where either the medical doctor or the PA can delegate to their medical assistant that they want this task or function completed by that individual. So that it just is a kind of a compare and contrast way of doing it. In Wyoming, what we've done is you have to be licensed, and then you have to show that you are competent to do that practice. And again, it's a voluntary thing. It's not a compulsory, you have to obtain it.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Further questions, committee? I see no one. Oh, question, go ahead, Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Martineau, circling back again on the training of what the immunization specific training is, and I understand that it's the same for the pharmacy tech and the pharmacist. I guess where I'm going in my head with this is hearing what a pharmacy tech training to be a pharmacy tech is, doesn't sound like it has a lot of, if I'll just call it patient care. I mean, it's mainly chemicals and math, I guess it sounds like. And so I'm looking actually at the university's sheet here, and of course I don't know what is involved in all the classes. I guess in my mind, a pharmacist, even though training to be a pharmacist, would over time end up with a little bit more. There's one here that's called integrated physiology. I don't know how much physiology and patient care. I guess I'm wondering whether the immunization specific 12 hours for a technician is kind of put on top of a lower level of patient care knowledge than a pharmacist would have. Personally, I'm a little concerned about technicians, especially if we're not going to say direct supervision, whether I really want a technician giving me a vaccine between the bananas and the bread loaves. Sorry. So could you, what kind of, and I was in labor committee when we had the one of the vaccine, or I can't remember, there were two separate pharmacy ones some years ago. How do I ask the question? Would I be reasonable in expecting a pharmacist to have a little bit more patient care awareness than a pharmacy tech if I'm getting an immunization from either one of them because of their training?
Mr. Martineau.
Mr. Chairman and Chairman Wilson, you would, the pharmacist is the one that's ultimately responsible for the patient care. The technician is not, counseling is not one of the things that a pharmacy technician is allowed to do. So all we're talking about doing is that the technician would be able to administer it. It would be the pharmacist to have to go over the vaccine information sheet, talk about adverse effects, potentially identify whether or not there were additional vaccines that may be appropriate for the patient to receive, and have that conversation with the patient themselves, and not delegate that to the technician. Because what we're talking about at that point in time is we're getting into that realm of clinical knowledge, and that is one of the board's concerns, that the board wants the pharmacists to be able to do more of those clinical things that they have been trained to be able to do. And so being able to have the technician step into the immunization room and provide the administration or administer the vaccine frees the pharmacist up to do a lot more of that patient care. Does that answer your question, Chairman Wilson?
Thank you. Further questions, committee? Further questions? Very good. Any further comments you wish to provide for the committee?
Mr. Chairman, I'm more than happy to work with LSO staff on refining the language on the proposed revisions.
Very good. Did anybody on the committee have a motion or something they wish to do as far as a bill draft or? Representative Flitter is afraid to raise her hand because she didn't want me to have to spell it out again. Anyone wish to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Representative.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that we have a bill draft made to modify 3324-157 as suggested, with the exception of the word direct in D. Just get rid of it. Where is that?
Mr.
I have
Chairman.
a second to that motion.
That's under
You have a second, Representative Romero Martinez. Discussion committee. This is the quietest I've ever seen this committee, ever.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm wondering, I'm not saying that this is my amendment, but there was also their recommendations for 3324-101 and 301 about the direct supervision, which I'm not personally necessarily wildly in favor of, but is that part of Representative Connolly's motion?
Would that be a friendly change? Or would you wish?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that would be a friendly change and honestly what I meant.
Honestly, maybe sold it to me. Any further comments, committee, Senator Hutchins?
Mr. Chairman, so if I understand everything correctly, in 3324-101, we're gonna not strike out the direct supervision, and in 301 as well?
I believe the change was just to take out direct. Is that correct, Representative Conley?
Mr. Chairman, the intent was to also get rid of the language regarding direct supervision, given the testimony. And so therefore, if we take it out of D, it makes sense that it is taken out of 101 and 301 as well.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
she's agreeing to remove that.
Mr. Chairman, the motion is to remove it.
Great.
Yeah.
And Representative, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, Representative or Chairman Wilson's comment was she'd like it to be there.
I believe that she hinted
Just
at
clarification.
further amendment once we finish this discussion, but go ahead, Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't remarking particularly about whether I liked it or not. I was just cleaning up.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I'm down here at the far end, and even though the microphones are on, when she's facing that way, sometimes I didn't get the whole gist of her conversation, so thank you for the clarification.
Further discussion, committee. So the move and the second on the floor is to create a bill draft as represented by Representative Conley. LSO have the proposed change. Call the question. All in favor of the proposed bill draft, please raise your hands. All opposed? The ayes have it. We want to have a bill drafted for the September meeting. And I would be remiss at this time to not ask for public comment before Mr. Brody can remind me. Is there any public comment on the proposed? I see one running down. Ms. Carroll.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, again, I'm Melinda Carroll. I'm a practicing pharmacist in Cheyenne. I am a community pharmacist. The reason that the PrEP Act was put into place is because obviously the high demand of immunizations currently. At my particular location, we have administered since March about 1,400 immunizations. And the pharmacist is the rate limiting step in this whole process. So when I'm pulled away 50 plus times in the day to give an immunization, it stops patient care. And that's one of the things that I would like the committee to consider is if my technician can go give the immunization, I have already done the counseling, the patient care, all of that aspect of it. They can administer the vaccination, and then we watch the patient still take care of them in that aspect. I'd also like the committee to consider MAs can give vaccinations. I'm not sure.
Clarify what MA is.
So, Mr. Chairman, committee members, an MA is a medical assistant. They have far less training than pharmacy technicians actually have, and they are allowed to give immunizations. So it's one of those things where pharmacy technicians are very qualified. They have a lot of training. They are very educated, and it would be up to the discretion of the pharmacist that is supervising them if they felt comfortable with that particular technician giving immunizations, which I will be 100% honest, there's probably not every technician that I would have give immunizations. So I do have a technician that has gone through the training, keeps CPR up to date and everything, and is more than qualified to give an immunization. I would just like the committee to really kind of take that into account. And I would imagine that I am not the only pharmacist that feels that it can be overwhelming at times. The COVID vaccination has obviously been a huge undertaking for community pharmacy in particular. And flu season is probably no different. So we give almost 1,000 flu shots, So it is a need that I think that the community has, and it would increase patient care. It would increase access to care. It started because of the pediatrics that weren't getting their immunizations because of the pandemic. So all of these considerations when drafting this legislation, and I would stand for any questions.
Questions, committee? Representative Flitner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Carroll, thank you. I appreciate your time with the committee and your testimony. So just if you could just walk us through your role then when it comes to providing the patient care and their understanding of the vaccination. I understand how busy you are, but that would mean you would still have to take the time to present that information to the patient. So just how would that work? Would you have it in a written form to present to them, or would you just take a few moments to do that verbally?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Flintner. So to begin the process, somebody would come to our pharmacy requesting a vaccination or requesting information on the vaccination. The technician generally does the processing, the manual part of that. The pharmacist would present counseling in a brief form, a couple minutes usually, and we also provide written information for them. So we would still have that one-on-one patient interaction with the patient, talking to them about what the vaccine is, why they should get said vaccine, what they expect with side effects, outcomes, how long they should expect for immunity, that kind of information. And really, pharmacists are very good at condensing information and giving you a lot of information in a very short period of time, because that's what we do. That it would be all presented to them at basically the point of sale part of it, which you still ring out all of those vaccines, everything like that. So it's providing patient counseling, which is required of pharmacists in all transactions. So we would provide all of that patient counseling at that point, also provide them extensive written information, and then have the technician then provide the vaccine.
Representative Ottman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Ms. Carroll, thank you. Just a point of clarification for me. years ago, when we received vaccinations, it was usually through a family doctor and that those things were done. So can people do it themselves, that they just come to a pharmacy and say, these are the vaccinations that I would like to have? Thank you.
Mr. Martineau.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, currently in Wyoming, pharmacists are limited to not being able to provide every immunization that's available. The list of vaccines that a pharmacist is able to prescribe and administer to healthy adults and minors are the vaccines that are identified on the CDC's recommended immunization schedule for healthy adults and healthy minors and adolescents. So that includes the flu shot, during flu season when that's going on, hepatitis vaccines, HPV, there's a lot of different vaccines, but there are some that are not included in that list. Generally, the travel vaccines are a little bit more specialized. So there is still reasons for a patient to have to go to their practitioner and get something specific, but pharmacists have stepped up and are providing a large number of the nation's vaccines. At the latest estimate of the flu vaccines, pharmacists provided over a third of them across the country.
Pretty good. Further questions, committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Any further public comment, Katie? Nobody out there. I understand that Dr. Kruger has joined us. Come on down. I kept watching for you online. Welcome to Labor and Health. It's a pleasure to have you here. Introduce yourself and enlighten us.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to meet with you all. My name is Kim Kruger. I'm the Dean of the School of Pharmacy at the University of Wyoming. I've been in this position for about 5 years, but have been on faculty at the university since 2005. So I'd like to just give you an overview of the School of Pharmacy, focusing on the academic programs. And I don't know if it's, oh, perfect. Thank you. It's like you're reading my mind. I appreciate that.
We have magic in this.
Yeah, this is. So the first page is our vision and mission, which we will skip over. If we could go to the next slide to talk about some of the context. So our academic programs are all accredited. Our pharmacy program is accredited by the Accreditation Council for Pharmacy Education. We also offer continuing education for pharmacists and technicians that also go through that accrediting body. In addition to that, as I'll talk about our academic programs, we run the Medical Laboratory Sciences bachelor's degree in partnership with Casper College, and that program is also accredited by NACLS. So I would say over the last 20 years of pharmacy practice, from the 50s through the 80s, pharmacies largely relied upon a product-based business model. Most of the revenue was derived from sales of prescription drug products and over-the-counter medications. In 2005, when Medicare Part D was implemented, we saw a large shift in cash paying customers that were moved to third-party payment under Medicare Part D. The implication for community pharmacy in particular is that it slashed their profit margin. And so most pharmacies are operating at a 1% to 2% profit margin, which is a pretty slim margin. In recent years, then with the implementation of the DIR fees, which you'll hear more about, that profit margin has been reduced to nearly zero and negative in some points. So because of these changing market forces, we're seeing pharmacies now adapting to a hybrid product and service based model. And currently when a pharmacist provides medication therapy management services, that's billed under the pharmacy side of the insurance business, not under the medical side. And so there's a move afoot across the country for pharmacists to obtain provider status so they can bill for their clinical services under the medical side of the house. And that offers the opportunity then to diversify the revenue. And I would say that's good practice for the patients because it improves continuity of care. But those clinical services with the medication therapy management might actually be reducing the number of medicines that a patient is on, which improves outcomes and saves costs. But the pharmacies need that revenue stream to bill under the medical side of the house. And then, as you know, obviously you're quite familiar with our budget cuts, so I'll say no more from that. But I will say that really over the last 10 years, we've focused in the school of trying to diversify our revenue streams. We have differential tuition for many of our programs, which provides additional revenue. But as you'll see in the subsequent slides, we've offered additional services to diversify our revenue stream to protect us from the booms and busts of our economy. Next slide, please. This is the general overview of the school's operations. So we have our academic degree programs, which I'll cover next, and then I'll touch briefly on our student services programs, our stakeholder engagement, and our research activities. We can go to the next slide. This is just our org chart. We can skip over that. And I'll talk about our academic degree programs. If you could go on to the next slide. So our an initial degree program is a Doctor of Pharmacy degree. This is a 6-year program in total. That includes 2 years of pre-pharmacy and then 4 years of pharmacy school. And I'll go through those courses in a little bit more detail. In addition to that, based on a needs assessment of our alumni and some of the stakeholders in the region, we implemented the Masters in Health Services Administration about 4 years ago. This is an online program. It currently serves largely healthcare practitioners, so primarily pharmacists, nurses, medical office directors in 17 states, I think. We offer a joint BS PharmD degree with our physiology program. So the students start off in our physiology program. In the 3rd year of that program, they matriculate into pharmacy school and are able to complete their physiology degree during pharmacy school. The advantage of this program is that it streamlines the number of degrees a student can get. It gives us strong candidates, and it gives the graduate another credential, another degree credential when they graduate. Similarly, we have a joint PharmD MS program so that the students can complete their master's while they're completing their PharmD degree. And then we have a joint PharmD MBA program. And then our faculty also participate in the interdisciplinary PhD programs on campus, which are the biomedical sciences and neuroscience and molecular and life sciences PhD programs. So let me go into a little bit more detail of the pharmacy curriculum. And the next slide is a color-coded thing. The print's too small. So you're not meant to read the titles of the courses. They appear in the next slides. But this gives an idea of the types of faculty we have on staff. So we have the basic sciences. They're responsible for the light green courses that are in this. Then we have, and they're basically involved in drug discovery. So how do drugs work? How do they work in the body? How do they interact with the receptors in the body to do their magic? Then we have the clinical practice department, which help people use medications properly. And then we have the social and administrative sciences that look at the impact of drug use on society. So if we can go on to the next slide, I'll start with the basic sciences. And this is after 2 years of pre-pharmacy work where they have their basic general chemistry and organic chemistry. their basic anatomy courses. Then they come into pharmacy school and they take integrative physiology and advanced pathophysiology. So the anatomy courses deal with how the structure of the body. The physiology courses deal with how the body works. The integrated physiology then is an advanced study of how the body is supposed to function normally. And the pathophysiology course talks about how diseases occur when those normal body functions go awry and cause disease. So there's 9 credit hours of the physiology, the functioning of the body. Then the next 2 courses, the pharmacy calculations and the dose form design course and lab, really get into the basics of compounding medicines and calculating proper doses for drugs such as antibiotics, chemotherapeutic agents, things like that. Then we have 3 hours of medicinal chemistry. And so medicinal chemistry is focused on how the drug molecules interact with the specific receptors in the body to cause their physiologic function. But that also clues the pharmacist into what types of side effects are likely to occur based on the structure of that drug, because there are other receptors in the body beyond the target receptor that might be impacted by that drug. And so those are the 3 courses that cover that topic. The biopharmaceutics and pharmacokinetics study the absorption of the drug once you take it either by mouth or it's injected into the body. So how does the drug get from your gut or the syringe to the receptor? How does it move through the body? And then how is it eliminated from the body once it does its action? So is it eliminated by the kidneys? Is it eliminated by the liver? How does it pass through the body? And that also helps the pharmacist understand potential side effects and dosing issues if you have a patient that maybe has poor renal function or kidney function. The clinical toxicology course is another way to think about that is drug-induced diseases. So if you take too much of a drug or a drug interacts with other drugs and has side effects, what types of problems does that cause for the body? And that's what the clinical toxicology course is about. Then we have a whole course and a lab sequence on sterile compounding, which is targeted for hospitals and home healthcare agencies. So the next slide then moves into our social and administrative sciences. And this is the area that's near and dear to my heart. My PhD is in health economics. So this is the area that I teach in. We have the Intro to Social and Administrative Sciences, which go through theories of how people use drugs. So what things make people decide that, yes, I'm going to take this medication as prescribed, or no, I'm not, and so this gives the psychological insight into the patient's actions and what might cause a patient to be non-adherent to their prescribed medications. Patient professional interaction is our communication course to teach our pharmacists how to interact with other healthcare providers and with patients. The research and evaluation methods is the foundation course to help pharmacists read the scientific literature and interpret it and apply it to patient care. Pharmacy practice law is, I think, the best course in the curriculum. You might guess which one I teach, and I think Matt would agree, but that speaks for itself. It's the only course that every student sees immediate relevance of. And then we have a bioethics course, a healthcare policy and advocacy course, which tries to teach the pharmacist how to advocate for the profession, much like we saw Dr. Carroll doing today. And then drug literature application just goes more into interpreting the medical literature and applying it to patient care. So, that next slide then moves into our clinical practice courses. So the therapeutics course takes all of the information from physiology, from medicinal chemistry, from the kinetics courses, and teach and applies it directly to patient care. So if you have a patient that has these diagnoses, what would be the course of action? How would you counsel them? What side effects would you look for? What types of drug interactions would you look for? So there are 4 courses in that sequence that are largely organ system based. So the cardiovascular drugs, the chemotherapeutic agents, the antibiotics. The pharmacy practice lab is an initial lab in the first year that teaches the pharmacy students how to conduct themselves in a pharmacy. So how do you receive prescriptions? How do you process the insurance claims? How do you counsel patients? The pharmacist skills lab then are building upon that, but are integrated with our therapeutics and our medicinal chemistry and our pharmacology courses. And I forgot to talk about pharmacology on the last slide, but that also talks of pharmacology is the study of how the drugs work within the body. So we get a lot of chemistry and a lot of physiology and a lot of application to patient care. The introductory practice experiences get students into the pharmacies early on in their first 2 years in the curriculum. And then the 4th year of pharmacy school is spent in experiential education the entire year, where they're working under the preceptorship of a pharmacist in different pharmacy settings. And we have electives as well. So for the experiential education, we have 2 rotations. These are 4-week rotations the summer between their 1st and 2nd year. The community practice is in a community pharmacy. The hospital practice is in a hospital. This is to give them the basic foundation of what a pharmacist does, how to counsel patients, how to operate within a pharmacy setting. Then in our 4th year, we have several required rotations. One is internal medicine. So this is dealing with acute care in the hospital setting. The ambulatory care is dealing with more chronic conditions that a pharmacist would see in an outpatient setting. Our ambulatory care rotations are taught by our faculty that are embedded in medical clinics. So they're working with an interprofessional team. And then the students can have either 1 more month of internal medicine or 1 more month of ambulatory care based on where they think they're going to practice upon graduation. And then they have advanced community and advanced institutional pharmacy, which would put them back in a traditional community pharmacy or a hospital pharmacy. These will differ from the introductory ones in that they're engaged more in patient care activities, calculating the doses in the hospital. And then they have elective rotations where they can get more experience in any of those areas and sort of tailor their experience based on what they want to do when they graduate. So that's pretty much an overview of the pharmacy curriculum. Let me stop and ask you if you have any questions about that before we hit some of the other highlights.
Questions, Chairman Wilson.
Actually, I do have a question, and maybe I should ask Mrs. Carroll. I should consult more with Mrs. Carroll maybe, but so I admit that I don't have that much interaction with pharmacists other than coming to a retail window and getting a bottle in a little white bag and going away again. But looking at all the list of the courses, which I mean, I'm not a science person, but they sound very interesting. But it sounds to me almost like, unless you're practicing maybe inpatient or doing clinical trials, that I guess I'm not.
Is it wasted?
How professionally satisfying in the light of all of the interesting classes that people have taken is the average day-to-day work? I don't mean, that sounds really a terrible question.
It's an excellent question. No, it's spot on because, and this, we talk a lot about this, is a community pharmacist from the outside, they look like a glorified technician. But I will say that there's a lot going on behind the scenes to get that bottle in the bag to you. And so the pharmacist is responsible for checking your profile to see what meds you're on, to make sure that none of those drugs are interacting, to make sure that the dose is correct, that it's not causing additional problems. So while they're filling the prescription, they're going through a checklist to identify, drug-related problems. Now, when I talk about our stakeholder engagement, I'll talk a little bit about CPESN Wyoming, and that's the Community Pharmacy Enhanced Services Network. And so this is a group of independent pharmacists that have said, we're going to provide more clinical services. So in addition to immunizations, they might provide medication therapy management and chronic disease management and work with our diabetes education centers around the state. And so your question goes specifically to the notion of this hybrid model of providing a product as well as a service. And my belief, similar to your question, is that does provide a more professionally fulfilling career.
And I would add to that, Chairman Wilson, is that in my capacity, I deal with pharmacists every day. If I have a day that I don't interact with the pharmacist 4, 5, 10, 20 times. And often they're the ones that catch things because they don't think of it. For instance, you come in as a patient, you forget to tell me that you're on the drug, Lasix, or whatever drug that be. The pharmacist knows that. And I don't know that. And the pharmacist will call and say, do you know that Chairman Wilson is on Lasix as well as whatever other drug we're talking about? Maybe you don't want to put her on this drug because it will interact. And they catch those things and they tell me those things, or they call me and say, don't you think you prescribed her a bit much of her anti-anxiety medicine for her committee assignment?
But I feel so much better.
Yeah, so that all goes on behind the scenes, so it is, they are using their clinical skills.
And pharmacokinetics, that's my very favorite word in the vocabulary.
It sounds great.
And the EMTs I instruct hate that I like it so much because I make them know the drugs. They don't give a lot of drugs, but they do give a lot of medications in the field. And I require they know what they're doing and they know how they're interacting with the patient. So it's my favorite word for
That's good. I married a pharmacist, so I say we had a pharmaco wedding. But
I love
it's
it.
we get a yeah.
Yeah, it was very kinetic. It's all been, okay, I'll stop there. Further questions, committee? Representative Ahmed.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much. I had the opportunity over the last few years to help 3 people at end of life care, and one was just in the last couple of months. And I know when they came from the hospital facility into different types of home health and then into hospice, that there was a lot of patient determination. And the druggist there helped me. I did not know that the pharmacist helped me so much more than I ever even realized that they could. And it was very valuable, very, very valuable. So I appreciated the time and the expertise that if you don't need much on this particular subject, they are there when you do need that. And not only to prescribe or to help with that, but also to help with how to deal with the patient. So I really appreciated all these different venues and trainings. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you. I have a 2-part question. You may address it further in your presentation. Okay. That is, the first part of that would be, how many of your students in the Wyoming program are actual residents of Wyoming? The second part of that question is on graduation from whichever program, how many of those people are staying in Wyoming?
Yeah, that's, Mr. Chairman, a great question. Historically, our students are almost either 40% or 60% of a given class are from Wyoming. And it's bizarre that it hits those 2 pegs, but generally speaking, that's the range of Wyoming students that we admit. And then I would say, based on the job market, but probably 40 to 50% stay in state. The next highest state of our alumni would be Colorado. And then depending on how bad the winter is, Arizona is always about the third highest state with our alumni.
This year is 90%.
That's right. That's right. Now, one of the things that we're seeing nationally, while the number of people applying to pharmacy school is similar to what it was about 15 years ago, so it's down from its peak in about 08, they're not as applying to as many programs, and they tend to be applying to their in-state programs. And so this class for the fall is a smaller class, but it's 90% Wyoming students. So
I just throw in there a piece of education for the committee, something we talked about yesterday, real quick, unrelated to pharmacy, but related to medicine. We talked about WWAMI program a little bit and the retention rate of WWAMI. And actually WWAMI is running between 60 and 70% retention for their students to stay in Wyoming. An interesting fact is the residency programs in which that's not all residents, that's people coming from all over the United States into our residency programs. The number of those people that come to our residency programs from out of state that stay in our state after they graduate is much higher than the residents that are from Wyoming that go through that program that leave or actually stay. So we're actually, once we get people here, it's a little easier to hold on to, but the WWAMI program has a very high retention rate.
it is, and I'm kind of piggybacking on that. I'm proud to say that 78% of the pharmacists in Wyoming are alumni. So similar, yeah.
Okay, if there are no further questions, go ahead and proceed, sir.
Okay. Next slide then. I'll focus on the student development, which is that upper quadrant of our complex diagram there. So we hit the next slide. You know, we want to ensure that our students continue to have 100% placement, and our healthcare system is a little bit broken. And so we really think that the students that we attract to UW tend to be from smaller communities. And I think when you come from a small town, you learn a set of social skills that you don't necessarily have to have when you're in an urban area, because you know that there are not many bridges to burn. So you learn some interesting techniques about building bridges and working cooperatively together. When you combine that with their work ethic, our employers and our preceptors that take our students, as well as students from other schools, continually say they love to hire Wyoming students because they have a strong knowledge base, they have a great work ethic, and they can work in teams. So while I would love to take credit for all of that, I do think it has to do with the stock that we recruit. So my goal is to give leadership development skills to our students so that they can continue to rise up in management wherever they are. Now, that's a little bit of a self-fulfilling goal, because in 20 years, when these guys are the leaders of industry, then I want them to come back and support the school. So, but we'll strike that from the record though. So part of our leadership development includes leadership and entrepreneurship training. And this is being focused on at the university across all programs. So this begins during their orientation, and then is scattered throughout the social and administrative courses. In fact, we have business professors that come in and help teach the pharmacy administration course to do entrepreneurship training. And I think we're going to be partnering with the business college to offer a minor in entrepreneurship. Then we have a Leader Academy, which is a 9-month intensive program for students that want to delve more into leadership, and that really focuses on the different styles of leadership and the different ways of being, and how your style and your way of being might inherently conflict with others. And that's, you know, in the workplace, that's the large source of disagreement and issues. So as part of that, and this corporate internship piece really got put on hold because of the pandemic, but my goal is to have corporate internships in community pharmacy, health systems, pharmacy, insurance, drug distribution, pharmaceutical manufacturers, so that if we can get 20% of our P2 class going into those internships that somewhere between their second and third year class, they will see the healthcare system from a different perspective. when they come back for their third year and they're talking to their students about, oh, I did this and I got to do this. Now they've educated their whole class about career opportunities in a way that's much more effective than any lecture from us. And then the Health Equity Leadership Program is one that I'm particularly proud of. We got a grant to partner with Howard University. Howard University is a historically Black college in Washington, D.C. So historically Black urban, we're historically white rural. So when we're talking about cultural competency and looking at issues of healthcare access and equity, what a great program. So some of their students and some of our students go through the Leader Academy together virtually. And then the Howard delegation comes to Wyoming, typically in January. And we look at critical access hospitals, we look at different clinics and some of the challenges and gaps in rural healthcare delivery. Then in March, our students go to DC and they look at inner city hospitals and free clinics. And we meet with the health department of DC to talk about what are the gaps in urban care delivery. Now, this may or may not be a surprise. Those challenges are very similar between rural and urban. And so we try to get the pharmacists thinking, okay, well, how can you fill some of those primary care holes? How can you help address some of those gaps? So it's a fun program.
Question, Senator Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dean Kruger, let me ask, I've got several questions here. First of all, I've heard it's fairly rigorous to get into your school, which is great. But what I'm concerned about is kids from low income areas, how they can afford to get into the school. And then secondly, when they're doing these interns, et cetera, are they paid something so they can make a living while they're going to school? So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Furphy, excellent question. So we've been working in the last 5 years, we've had 16 new endowments established for scholarships to address the financial access to education issue. We are still behind. That still only accounts for about 10% of our tuition costs that are covered through scholarships. We also work closely with financial aid to make sure that the students are applying for scholarships and any financial aid that are available. And the financial aid counselors have been fantastic in that area. To your question about getting paid during rotations, they are not paid. And that is an accreditation standard that prohibits that. However, they are allowed to work as interns while they're in school and during the summers when they're not in class. And our tuition has been in the bottom third of tuition. So we are still a high value program. I won't say cheap, so it's high value. And then if we can go on to the next slide with the stakeholder engagement.
One
Oh,
more
yes.
question. Go ahead, Chairman Wilson.
Actually, less of a question, but I just want to say a couple of years ago, and I don't know if this happens every year, I don't recall it, but a few years ago when we were still at the Jonah Building, the pharmacy students group came over and because I found out ahead of time, like some weeks ahead, we were able to schedule in the labor committee hearing of several pharmacy related bills on the day that they were able to come over so that they could sit in on committee and hear how that went. So I have a very strong interest, and I'm sure Senator Baldwin would as well, during legislative session, for example, if the pharmacy tech bill goes forward, or if we have other ones following on the Narcan or something like that. You know, if we know a month ahead roughly that the students might be coming over, we would, I think, be very interested in continuing to involve the pharmacy students so that they can see how the legislative process goes and have them, you know, sit in on committee and that kind of thing. That's always something that we're eager to do.
Thank you, Chairman Wilson. And with your permission, then I might connect you with the student leader that's in charge with the political engagement. Thank you. Very good. And in the interest of time, we'll just hit some of these highlights. I've already talked about the CPESN pharmacies, the Community Pharmacy Enhanced Services Network of Wyoming. We're working with the health department to for these pharmacies to work with the primary care providers to help patients with diabetes, hypertension, and high cholesterol. And I'm remiss to announce that it is our 75th anniversary. So we were the first health sciences program at UW, followed very closely with behind with nursing. And then the BTCP Pharma is a pharmaceutical company in Cody that is dealing primarily with controlled substances. And Mike Burke is the CEO of that company. James Klessens is the head of Forward Cody. They've been working with us, and I think Mike will probably have some internships for our students in regulatory affairs. And Mike is an important piece of our economic development component because I think he sees the potential to build some high-tech distribution centers for controlled substances that have to be monitored very closely, but also with more expensive biotech products. So we're looking for more engagement with him. Next slide, please. And we'll talk a little bit about practice transformation. I'll have you go to the next slide and the next slide in the interest of time. And I want to hit a couple of the programs. I mentioned our the CPSM project with Wyoming Medicaid. We also, or with the health department rather, we also run the drug utilization review program for the state Medicaid program. We offer a drug information center that's used extensively by the Department of Corrections and or the forensic scientists and law enforcement across the state, as well as health centers and any healthcare professional. Through this grant with the CPSN Wyoming, we have point of care testing. And so we were able to get similar equipment in all of these pharmacies across the state for cholesterol and diabetes A1C testing so that the patients can have that done right in the pharmacy. And then we also purchased the same equipment for our pharmacy practice lab so that the students will be trained on it, and then it will be reinforced when they go on rotations at one of those pharmacies. The Stitches partnership, I want to highlight that. Stitches is an urgent care center that's in Cheyenne and Laramie. They received a USDA grant to partner with pharmacies around the state that don't have urgent care centers. And so they will use telehealth to provide urgent care after hours in rural communities that don't have it. And I think this highlights the area that the College of Health Sciences is interested in focusing to use our expertise and telehealth to support nurse practitioners, primary care providers, and pharmacists around the state to provide healthcare to improve our healthcare access and to support our healthcare providers that are working across the state. And then we have our continuing education program, which we just started. It was just accredited about a year ago. All right. And then the telehealth services, I think we're talking with the governor's office as at the college level, the College of Health Sciences, where the School of Pharmacy resides, to see if we can help the state address some of their healthcare needs that have been identified through some of the healthcare task forces in the last year. And so we had proposed the Institute for Rural Health Innovation. We had proposed that to the university, and I think that there may be some components of that institute that would help meet some of the state's needs. So we look forward to working with you all in the governor's office as we move forward. And then Rear Admiral Pamela Schweitzer is retired. She was the chief pharmacy officer for the Public Health Service, and she's been working with us on some of the provider status bills and ensuring that pharmacists are providing quality clinical services to patients so that they can expand access to healthcare in the state. And the last thing that I'd like to highlight is the Wyoming Health and Bioscience Innovation Hub. So when I met my wife doing an internship at a drug company in New Jersey. And when she's from Torrington, and when I went to meet her parents, she said, whatever you do, the last thing my dad said when he put me on the airplane is, whatever you do, don't fall in love with an Easterner. So I'm like, you couldn't have told me that earlier, So I introduced myself as a Midwesterner, which I am. But I believe that as a student, having access to different aspects of the healthcare system is critical. And while I didn't go into the industry, obviously, nor did my wife, we're both in academia, it did give us a perspective that we wouldn't have otherwise had. And so our students don't get much exposure to the pharmaceutical industry or the insurance industry. And we do believe that there is a possibility to grow the biotech ecosystem in this state. We have probably 10 to 15 fledgling biotech companies already. So we are partnering with a private venture capital firm called Ride for 8 Ventures in Casper, Wyoming, that's headed up by Nada Jane. And Alan Gee and Cody, who is developing a virtual kind of a practice-based research network. And then we have the basic science component at the university so that we can help bioscience entrepreneurs at any stage of the program. So at the university level, we're focused on the proof of concept and maybe phase 1 clinical trials, then they might be passed off to one of the other components of the hub. And so if we can go on to the next slide, we believe that this support for biotech startups is important because that valley of death from initial concept to getting your product to market is prolonged in the biosciences because of the regulatory hurdles, well, the regulations that you have to prove that your product is safe and effective. And so these companies tend to need more scientific and legal advice as well as financial advice to get them through that period from initial concept to market. And there is a pretty high failure rate for the number of products that have a new drug application approved and those that initially start clinical trials. So we believe we can make the process a little bit more efficient. And this next slide is another busy slide. That's my my go-to mantra, which is not a good, it's not a good reputation, but I have busy slides. But this is the diagram of the Wyoming bioscience ecosystem that includes Spark Wyoming, which is the university-based component of the hub. We are part of a Spark Global Network. This was started at Stanford University, and there are currently about 34 university-based innovation centers across the globe. And the advantage of Wyoming joining that network is if we need help with getting a product in a clinical trial, we're not equipped to do many clinical trials here in this state, so we can funnel it out to this network. Similarly, if an entrepreneur needs expertise that we don't have on campus, we can put them in touch with people in that network that do have that expertise. And then the Living Lab is Alan Gee's. Oh yeah, you can go on to the next slide, which is describes then the Ride for 8 venture is the private venture capital fund in Casper. And I will say that through that fund, they have one startup company that is growing there. And we were able to attract another medical device company from Washington State that relocated to Casper. So we are having some success with this. And then the Healthcare Living Innovation Lab is this network of healthcare settings across the state that can become kind of like a sandbox to prove proof of concept or to test practice innovations. So I will leave it at that. I appreciate your time and your attention. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Questions, committee? Go ahead, Representative.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Dean Kruger, thank you. Fascinating presentation. I know that the reputation of the School of Pharmacy has always been exceptional, and I'm assuming that's still the case. And obviously, I mean, with this presentation, we can understand why. You've kept your numbers low, correct? That's still the case and always will be the case. And is that primarily because you can, it helps you to, deliver your content, but also placement as well?
Correct, Mr. Chairman, Representative Flitner, excellent question. Yeah, so our numbers are low for a couple of reasons. One has to do with the number of lab spaces and clinical placement spaces that we have. But one of the things that's attracted to both our students and our faculty is the small class size, because you can really get to know the students. And I like to tell the story that if somebody does 2 years of pre-pharmacy, we're taking somebody that's a little over 6 years out of 8th grade and turning them into a professional. There's a lot of knowledge that has to be absorbed, but a lot of professional socialization that has to occur. And because of our small class size, we can engage in active learning activities. Our students, at least a third of their rotations are with our full-time faculty. So there's a lot of one-on-one time with our students that helps them with their professional socialization. And I think that's one of the other reasons that, that people like to hire our graduates. If you contrast that out, I'll give the story. When I was on faculty at Auburn University, we went from a class size of 75, which was good. You knew the students, you got to know them, to 100 to 125. And that's shortly after we moved to Wyoming, because you lost the student contact. The students became anonymous in the class. And one of the things that I tell the students here, for better or for worse, when you're in this class, if you skip class, people will notice. The faculty will notice, your classmates will notice, and you're going to have an intervention. So sometimes, I was not always the best student. And so that would have been a pain in the backside, but it is to the students' interest.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Further questions or comments, committee? This side of the room is very, very, very quiet.
Yes.
Go ahead, Representative Romero.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
A lot of information overload, so I'm going to try to. I wanted to go back to a couple of concepts you talked in the hub structure, Spark Wyoming, and the Wyoming Healthcare Innovations Living Lab. And then, of course, you talked a few slides prior to that. I think maybe 4 slides prior to that. We went really fast for a moment there.
My apologies.
No. So whatever you did for the sake of time, I think I'm going to absorb that time. No,
Okay.
I'm just playing.
Very good.
There was a CBS News story on gene therapy for sickle cell anemia back in October of 2020, and it was pretty interesting. And then the other one, I'm not going to pull it up now, but there was some groundbreaking research related to 3 types of cancer. I can't remember. I think one was glioblastoma, and I think a blood-borne version. At any rate, my understanding after hearing about these stories were that one I think was in the University of North Carolina, and the other one I can't recall, but I had 2 really important patients, my family members, but to qualify, you had to live there. You had to go there and live there. A closed-ended question, would these advancements in the program help create some form of seamless collaboration in the future?
I swear to God, I did not pay him to ask this question.
By the way, I totally
Go ahead.
created
Yeah.
that question.
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative Romero Martinez. So the concept of the Wyoming Living Lab is that we could use our primary care structure within Wyoming to do more clinical tests or clinical trials. And as a proof of concept, we had a grant with Biogen to look at this grant was not using any specific drug, but it was looking to see if we could test deterioration in activities of daily living in patients that had Lou Gehrig's disease. And the reason they were interested in this pilot test is that if we could do that, then they would see this living lab as a place to conduct clinical trials for their Parkinson's drug and perhaps for their Alzheimer's drugs. And to your point, that would allow more Wyoming citizens to have access to clinical trials and therefore earlier access to drugs. And drug companies like to have clinical trial subjects from rural areas because the adherence to the study protocols is much higher. And so they're more likely to get all of the data from the subjects. The challenge, though, is that all of these clinical trials, by and large, that would be conducted in Wyoming would probably need to be on outpatient drugs versus drugs that would have to be administered in the hospital. And so that is one of the goals of the Living Lab.
Follow-up question. You had mentioned health equity leadership and talked about a group that's primarily or predominantly or historically Black. In my district, there is a lot of Black community and also Hispanic community. They're pretty diverse at this point, but those are the two primary. And I did attend a training that your school, one of the divisions, put on related to cultural competency.
Oh, yeah.
And they had brought curandera here from Mexico, who has since went on the road to heaven, Elena Avila. And I was wondering, well, you spoke earlier about gaps, not just in healthcare, but there seem to be some gaps also in relation to not just meeting the customer, but also and then that was 7 slides back, but then fast forwarding to Spark Wyoming and Wyoming Health Innovation Living Lab. There seem to be gaps also in the education web, if you will, when you have the Community College Commission. I was almost going to say here in Cheyenne because I forgot I warp speeded over here, but in Laramie County Community College, they have a pretty good health program also, and then they have a tech program.
Yeah.
And this is the merging, obviously, of bio and technology and biotech. Just not that long ago, students from the business department, specifically the information technology program, because I was involved in it, came to an agreement in their club to create programs using some Android-based systems where you can create your own data. And they really wanted to work closely with the health field so a lot of times geeks, if you will, I mean, for generic, that's what many of us still go by, would like to still get involved in that sphere, especially now that there's so many platforms available. The need for cyber security is more present.
Yeah.
More than ever. We took student fees and we allocated like $5,000 at LCCC. So if LCCC is listening, please go back and review the minutes because that money has laid dormant the entire time. A lot of times we get these monies they're allocated to these programs. There's good intention behind it. And I understand the nature of the beast to your institution. People are gone, they forget. But part of the problem also, unfortunately, is the hybrid style. Everything's so online. We're no longer encouraging that
face-to-face,
and where your group collaborations work in. So I know I kind of went long-winded there. I guess I just wanted to comment and to encourage you in your position, even in working with the community colleges, because we're really losing a lot of human resource and maybe even lag in time to getting what I talked about previously to move forward. And I just wanted to put myself out there to say, please, if there's anything I can do to help move things forward, I would love to try to do that.
Appreciate that. We'll probably follow up with you offline. And if I may make two comments, Mr. Chairman, related to that. So any IT entrepreneur that has a healthcare application like that can come to the hub. And part of the role of the hub is to identify resources that already exist and to plug those entrepreneurs in to those resources. So we're not reinventing the wheel. We're trying to make our existing resources more efficient so that you don't have pools of dollars that go unused. And so I think also for the hub to know like about that program at LCCC, for instance, then we can, if somebody comes that would be eligible for that, we can funnel them to that. And then the other point about working with the community colleges, our partnership with Casper College to create that seamless medical laboratory sciences program has been fantastic. So they do their associate's degree at Casper College, and then they complete their bachelor's in 2 years, and that program is on site at UW Casper. So it's, it's a seamless program. I can see that model expanding to the other community colleges, particularly when we're talking about technician training. And so it is a partnership. There was another program that somebody from the oil industry had approached about occupational safety and partnering with the university and the community colleges to provide that training. And at the time we didn't have the resources to implement it. But I think with the Wyoming Innovation Network, and I think our president is definitely committed to working with the community colleges. I think the time is ripe for mobilizing all of our higher education in the state to really boost our economic development efforts. Thank you.
Senator Hutchins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank you for your presentation. It was awesome.
Thank you.
If I was younger, I would probably want to get into the program.
I might know somebody that could still get you in.
I'm retired now. So just a quick comment you made in regards to the Living Hub. You said in the rural setting, and I'm assuming it's versus the urban setting, you're able to collect all the data. And I'm like, what was all the data he's trying to collect? Could you just really quickly touch on that?
So if you were, if is primarily around a clinical trial. So if they would be looking at markers for safety and efficacy that the drug is working. And so depending on the drug that's in that trial, it might be blood pressure monitoring. It might be, if it's a diabetes drug, maybe looking at the hemoglobin A1C, but then also monitoring the safety parameters to make sure that the renal function, the kidney function is maintaining its normal status. And so the data that you're collecting would depend on the study protocol. And that is determined largely by the company and the FDA working together to say what evidence would we collect that drug is safe and effective. Did that answer your question?
I got that. But when you said in a rural setting, we're able to collect all the data. So what I was thinking is versus in the urban area, you're not able to collect all the data. That's what was kind of flowing through my mind.
Yeah, so when,
and
see if this answer helps. Because when I was talking to some of our drug company partners or potential partners, I'm like, why would you want to come to a rural community to conduct a clinical trial? Because you're not going to get the numbers of people that you would in an urban setting. And that's when they explain that because of the relationship between the patients and the doctors or nurse practitioners that are doing the clinical trials, they tend to stay with the protocol for the whole time. And so they get to collect the entirety of the data that they need from that subject.
Further questions, committee? No further questions. I would be remiss not to mention, we talked about financial implications of going to school, not to mention WICHE.
Yeah.
of which I'm a commissioner. And so I'm
okay.
sure somebody in which is watching me at the moment. But it's a means that Wyoming students can get some help with that. And
Excellent.
as an interest of one of our commission meetings, we went in Washington, we went to the Centrix labs. Why Witchy went there, I don't know, but I was the most fascinated commissioner there because it's very, on the small molecular level, they deal with a lot of drug development. It's very interesting. But yeah, Witchy is another means for Wyoming students to be able to attribute.
Excellent. Thank you for that. And thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there any public comment on the subject? The public is out drinking coffee. Any public comment in the room? Oh, she's running down again. Welcome back.
Thank you, Chairman Baldwin, and committee members. I just wanted to touch base on a couple of things. One of the points that Chairwoman Wilson had made about being satisfied in your career kind of thing with all the education that you've gone through. Yes, it's very extensive education, well worth it. And I practice in a community setting, a retail setting that's very high volume. I see a lot of people. I probably know about 70% of my patients, and I know them very well. They come to me first, probably before they go see their doctor. We discuss, the ins and outs of their healthcare. We make recommendations. We let them know when they have to see their doctor, when they can maybe skip out on seeing their doctor, and make good recommendations for them to self-treat at home. We intimately know our patients. We know their lab values. We do blood pressures, cholesterol screenings, diabetic screenings. We do all of those things for these patients, and that's all in a community setting. So I would argue that I get to see more of my patients than probably the people that are in the hospital, and I have a better relationship with those patients. And they consider me their healthcare provider, which is what we are. And I would say that that is one of the things that I would encourage this committee to look at, is including pharmacists as providers, because we are not currently reimbursed for those cognitive services that we provide. All of the medication therapy management, which I do extensively, making recommendations again to hopefully improve their healthcare outcomes, and pharmacists are integral in that. We really do focus on the patient, and we are probably one of the better patient advocates. I care deeply about all of my patients, and I care deeply about the profession. And as Dean Kruger had stated, we have to find ways to move the profession forward because of extenuating circumstances. And it would be very sad for Wyoming to lose more pharmacists and more pharmacies because of outside forces. And so I, again, would encourage the committee to look at bills that would include pharmacists as providers, so we could be reimbursed for those cognitive services that we provide, because we are truly healthcare providers, and that's what we're doing for our patients. And I would stand for any questions.
Questions for Ms. Carroll? You're off the hook again. Thank you very much. Further public comments? I see nothing online. I see nobody jumping up and down in the group. Any further comments, committee? Go ahead, Representative Flitner.
I'm sorry. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to note that I see former Representative Scott Ratliff has joined us. So hello.
Yeah, welcome. If you want to be a part of the committee, I'm sure somebody will trade you spots. My proposal, committee, is it's now 10:20. We're significantly ahead of schedule. Is that we take a 15-minute break, which I believe everybody can use. We come back in at 10:35 and perhaps do an introduction to PBMs and begin that conversation. My ultimate proposal is that we move into that and then we push through. We're proposed to come back at 12:30 from lunch. My proposal would be this, and it's up to the committee, but would be to push through forget lunch and get out of here a little early and then eat lunch on your way home. I know we got some committee members that have a long ways to travel. I don't want to jump too far ahead because we probably got people that planned on coming to testify at 12:30. But if we can take a break and get introduced and get started with this and then move ahead and just push right through and actually to push through lunch, if you will, but considerably earlier than we normally would and move on ahead. If that's agreeable with the committee, I will assume by your head shakes, but that's okay. Very good. Let's take a break. We'll take a break until 10:35. We'll reconvene.
Thank you.
think we're alone. I'm gonna use this office. Okay.
You better run.
Oh, if this is yours, it's unplugged.
Oh,
On
no.
it in, yeah, and you're on it.
Committee will come back. We can get back to order and get on here. Welcome back.
I know, he was very. I haven't got a chance to talk to everybody in the room yet.
You better talk fast.
It's like at church, and LDS church, do they get up and walk around and shake hands during church service?
We're not quite the quorum. We need at least one more representative or senator to come back.
Oh, there's Stivers up there.
I see two up. Here comes one more. We are back to quorum as soon as she arrives. We are live. Is that correct? We're back live. Very good. Okay, committee, we're going to take one step back here. I understand we have some insurance folks that are available online, I believe. We're going back to that informational section and going to get some information, a presentation by insurance. And I believe Commissioner Root is on. Welcome, Commissioner. You're live at Labor and Health.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, we can hear you perfect. I see both you and Denise smiling. It's good to see you both. If you'd like to go ahead with your presentation, proceed, sir.
We will. Thank you very much, sir. Chairman Baldwin, committee members, this is Jeff Rood, the insurance commissioner. With me is Ms. Burke, our senior policy health analyst. She was asked just to prepare sort of a brief on PBMs and what they do and how they operate. I know you've received some materials also from LSO, which I think are excellent. I commend them on that. So we'll just dive into it, and please ask any questions that you may have as we go.
Very good. Proceed, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Baldwin and members of the committee. As Commissioner Root said, I'm Denise Burke. And the topic of today, pharmacy benefit managers, you'll hear me use a lot of acronyms as we proceed, and so I will try to identify those, but PBM stands for pharmacy benefit managers. And you probably have heard that they are a rather complex topic, and so this foundational material we hope will help have a better understanding amongst members of this committee and perhaps answer the questions you have. We could literally spend hours going through the nuances and the complexities of how these PBMs work, but we hope to provide you a very factual, basic understanding of them. So let's start with what are pharmacy benefit managers, or PBMs, the acronym. In short, they are companies that manage prescription drug benefits on behalf of health insurers, Medicare Part D, which of course is beyond our scope here, large employers, and other payers. They act as a go-between to manage the prescription drug benefit program, and they reimburse pharmacies for the cost of drugs covered by the prescription drug plans. PBMs can have a significant behind-the-scenes effect in determining the total drug costs that for insurers. They can shape what consumers select, the drugs that may be available on a list, which we'll talk about in a bit, the choice of medications that consumers make, and determining how much pharmacies are paid. But PBMs have faced some controversy about their role in rising prescription drug costs and spending. And to be clear, there is no clear consensus on that debate. In December of 2020, the U.S. Supreme Court came out with a decision that upheld an Arkansas state law regarding PBMs in the case Rutledge versus Pharmaceutical Care Management Association, or PCMA. The court actually did not comment on the approach taken by the Arkansas law. Rather, the issue before the highest court was whether the Arkansas state law was preempted by the federal oversight that is guaranteed through ERISA. Again, one of those acronyms, the Employee Retirement Income Security Act, but I think most of us know it as just ERISA. The PCMA, Pharmaceutical Care Management Association, said that the state law was preempted since state laws can't preempt the payments that are made for the employee benefit plans under ERISA. Note that ERISA plans are not regulated by state departments of insurance and are typically self-funded. The pharmacists in that case argued that the reimbursement rates were too low. The Arkansas law requires that PBMs increase reimbursements for generic drugs if they are below wholesale costs. And it created an appeals process for pharmacies to challenge the reimbursements. The court, again, did not comment on that particular approach, but only on the ERISA preemption and the legal issue regarding the jurisdiction. So where does Wyoming stand in this? Well, the state of Wyoming, one of our I guess, good moments in legislative history is that we were way ahead of the PBM national trend in that PBMs were first addressed by the Wyoming legislature in 2015, and legislation was passed that went into effect on July 1st, 2016. That act came about after the Joint Corporations Committee asked the Department of Insurance to facilitate a multi-party task force. And that included representatives from the insurer groups, legislators, the Board of Pharmacy, the Department of Health, PBMs, pharmacy industry, independent pharmacies, pharmacy trade organizations, associations, and even other stakeholders. That PBM task force met for over 20 hours over the course of several weeks and multiple meetings. Ultimately, that group reached consensus and recommended the bill that became Wyoming Statute 2652, 101 to 104. However, PBMs remain in the national discussion. The National Association of Insurance Commissioners, the NAIC, established a PBM task force who developed a draft model law that was shared with you in the LSO briefing paper. That model law has not been widely adopted yet, in part because each state has taken action on their own, and each state handles PBMs a little bit differently. So what role do PBMs play in how much we spend on prescription drugs? They operate as the middleman in the distribution chain for prescription drugs. They can do one of three major categories of things. They develop and maintain lists or formularies of the covered medications on behalf of the health insurers. They use their large purchasing power to negotiate rebates and discounts from the drug manufacturers. It's noteworthy that over 75% of prescription manufacturing is distributed through just three of the largest PBMs. PBMs also have contract directly with individual pharmacies, both independent and large chain pharmacies, to reimburse for drugs that are dispensed to the beneficiaries. CMS, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, has found that PBMs have the ability to negotiate larger rebates from manufacturers than the smaller independents. Some argue that this has helped lower drug prices and slow the growth of drug spending. Still others question the value of rebates because of the varying methodologies that are used for reimbursement. So what really is the controversy over the rebates that PBMs receive from the drug companies? Some drug manufacturers argue that the rebates they pay PBMs are forcing them to raise their list prices for their products. Manufacturer rebates to PBMs have increased significantly over time, which according to the PBMs partially offset the list price increases. PBMs, on the other hand, counter that they have been passing along a larger share of the rebates to the insurers. And there's a lot of debate of whether the PBMs should be able to keep the rebates that they receive from the drug manufacturers, which generally are not publicly disclosed. Some people believe that PBMs should be compelled to pass through all or at least a larger portion of these savings to the health insurers and to the other payers. With a pass-through system, the PBM passes through the amount charged by the pharmacy to the health insurer. Proponents, on the other hand, argue that if PBMs were required to do this, the insurers could use the savings to further reduce people's premiums and cost-sharing payments. However, some studies have found that the share of rebates that PBMs pass through to insurers and payers increased from 78% in 2012 to 91% in 2016. The Government Accountability Office, the GAO, found that PBMs passed through 99.6% of the 18 billion, that's a B, in rebates that were negotiated with drug makers for Part D, that's the Medicare part, to insurers, and only retained 0.4%. But many small insurers and employers say that they are not receiving this share of savings. A separate controversy involves a PBM practice known as spread pricing, whereby PBMs are reimbursed by health plans and employers a higher price for drugs than what the PBMs actually pay the pharmacies for the drugs. Some PBMs then keep the difference. Again, the payment schedules that PBMs generate for pharmacies are kept confidential from health plans. Spread pricing occurs when health plans contract with PBMs to manage their prescription drug benefits, and the PBMs keep a portion of the amount paid to them by the health plans for prescription drugs instead of passing that through the full payment onto the pharmacies. Some PBMs earn profits primarily through administrative fees that are charged for their services. Through spread pricing, again, the difference between what is paid to pharmacies and the negotiated payment from the health plan, and shared savings, where the PBM keeps part of the rebates and discounts that are negotiated with the drug manufacturer. So now let's switch over to what is contained in the Wyoming PBM law. There really are 5 major components of it. The first is that PBMs must be licensed by the state of Wyoming through the Department of Insurance. The details of that licensing process are posted on the DOI website, and they are licensed as a business entity. And if you're wanting to reference this, that's found at 2652-101. Next in our statutory construction is a list of the definitions. And I'm not going to go through all of those, but I think there are 2 key definitions for us to focus on today. The first is the maximum allowable cost, or the MAC, which means the maximum amount that a PBM will reimburse a pharmacist or pharmacy for the cost of a generic drug. That's our statutory definition. The other is the definition of network providers, which means those pharmacies that provide a covered health care services or supplies to an insured or a member pursuant to a contract with a network plan to act as a participating provider. So those definitions I just gave you are directly from that statute. And then there are additional definitions, the definition of a claim, the list, pharmacy, definition of a PBM itself. The third major component of the Wyoming law is the provision for a PBM audit. 2652-103 details the process and the timeline, and the timeline is particularly important. Generally, this process does not allow for extrapolation of claims, but rather it allows for direct, true audit of the reports. The audit reports must be filed within 120 days of the audit, and they allow for the pharmacy to submit additional documentation within 30 days of that finding, if that additional documentation is needed. The fourth component of the Wyoming law is the maximum allowable cost, the MAC list, or a formulary, using the more common generic term. Drugs that are listed on the MAC list must be appropriately rated by the FDA and must be generally available. In other words, you could not have an item on the MAC list that is no longer available or does not have that federal approval. PBMs can only consider the price of the drug or its therapeutic equivalent listed in the most recent FDA Orange Book. In the Orange Book, we can talk about that amongst pharmacies and PBMs and all is a commonly used term referencing that guidebook. At the beginning of the contract term and upon any contract renewal with a PBM, they must give the network provider, the pharmacy, a list of the sources that they use to determine the MAC pricing. So again, it's working toward greater transparency. PBMs must provide the pharmacy, again, the network provider, a phone number for the pharmacy to use in the event of an appeal and a process to appeal the reimbursement for a MAC listed drug. Let me repeat that. There must be a way for the pharmacy to appeal a reimbursement that they have received for a MAC listed drug. If an appeal is denied, the PBM must provide the reason for the denial. The statute also provides additional detail on the timeline for adjustments of a claim or what would follow after an appeal. The fourth part of that MAC component is the MAC list, again, using the acronym, the maximum allowable cost, must be available and updated at least once every 7 days, once a week. Dispensing fees are not included in the MAC pricing, and you'll find this at Wyoming Statute 2652-104. And then finally, the fifth part of our PBM Wyoming legislation is euphemistically called the gag clause provision. In 2019, the PBM Act was amended to allow pharmacists to disclose cost differences outside of the consumer's insurance or payer source to offer the consumer information about a more affordable alternative than that which is provided by their insurance and its PBM, if one is available. This is commonly referenced as the gag clause exclusion and is detailed at Wyoming Statute 2652-104J. So in conclusion, this is the broad foundational array, if you will, of how PBMs work in the state of Wyoming. I want to add that when we are talking about the licensing of PBMs, they are licensed, as I mentioned, as a business entity. And therefore, because they are included in the insurance code, they are subject to the responsibilities that are given to insurers under the entire insurance code at the direction of the commissioner. And so there's not a specific articulation of the enforcement of PBM law because it falls under the broad umbrella of the insurance code. So there's your very basic introduction. And with that, I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you very much, Denise. Questions, committee? Everybody's minds are swimming with information. Representative Flitner, go ahead, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Ms. Burke, thank you for the thorough presentation. Appreciate that. I'm curious on the number of audits that might be performed in any given year. Is there any data on that within the state of Wyoming?
Chairman Baldwin, Representative Flitner, we were asked that question. And when this law went into effect in 2016, we have had one audit, which was actually prior to the full enforcement of this act, and that was in 2015.
Very good. Further questions, committee? Senator Hutchings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Burke, you mentioned the MAC codes had to be available and updated every 7 days. Is that for the patient, or who is that list available for?
Chairman Baldwin, Senator Hutchings, the MAC list would be provided to the pharmacy.
Further questions, committee? Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Burke, I think this question might better go to some folks that testify later, but I'm going to put it out there so I can maybe get started articulating it. And you might not be the person who answers. So I'm supposing that there's some drug that the MAC price, the MAC reimbursement for that is $100. So I guess the problem, or one of the main complaints, is that evidently the pharmacy occasionally is having to pay $105 to buy the drug, and then they only get reimbursed $100 or something along those lines. So it's not clear to me. So looking at this is actually, I'm looking at a report from Donna Shippen that did for us, but it says if the PBM denies the appeal, the PBM must provide to the appealing pharmacy a number that indicates where the drug is available for purchase from wholesalers at a price at or below the MAC. So I guess the idea being that it's up to the PBM to then say to the pharmacy, well, you paid 105 and we're only reimbursing you 100, but if you go off this list, you can find a place where you can buy the drug for 92. So do you know, or shall I just hold that question to find out later, how much flexibility is there on the part of a retail pharmacist, let's say, to pick and choose among wholesalers and actually take advantage of the information on this list?
Ms. Burke, go ahead if you wish to answer that question.
Chairman Baldwin, Chairman Wilson, I think I would prefer to deflect that question to the people who actually deal with direct claims like that. The role of the Department of Insurance doesn't get into that level of detail. We are on a much further removed component than that.
Thank you, Ms. Burke. We have many anxious members in the crowd here who would love to answer that question. They're all biting at the bit. I'm kind of scared.
That's why I was throwing it
Further
out
questions,
early.
committee? If there's no further questions, we'll move ahead. Commissioner Root, anything to add?
Mr. Chairman, no, I appreciate it. We'll stand by here if you need to bring us back, though, for any updates or questions.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the presentation. We'll move forward on that hand. Let's move forward, Ms. Shippen and her prepared piece. Welcome. Mr. Brody was for fear that you would not be here, but he was prepared to jump in.
All right, can everyone hear me?
Very
I'm
well.
Donna Shippen. I apologize for being late. I had a family medical emergency I had to attend to.
All is well, we hope.
Okay, we're getting it under
improving.
control.
Okay, good.
So I'm glad I'm following the Department of Insurance because I think they gave a wonderful overview of pharmacy benefit managers and how complex the prescription drug marketplace is. I don't pretend to understand it, but in this issue brief that I prepared for the committee and that I'm going to be presenting a PowerPoint summarizing, I would like to focus on just the interim topic request that came in. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So as the committee may recall, last spring, the committee received requests from over 20 independent Wyoming pharmacists asking that the committee look at PBM regulation and consider the creation of legislation similar to the Arkansas Act 900, which was passed in 2015, which amended Arkansas's PBM maximum allowable cost statute. Next slide, please. So I focused this issue brief just on that question. I'm not here to explain PBMs and their role in the prescription drug marketplace. So I do just want you to keep that in mind. And these are the questions that I sought to answer in this issue brief. I did present some background information on what PBMs are, how PBMs are regulated, how Wyoming currently regulates PBMs. So this, I'm going to be repeating what you've already heard from the Department of Insurance. And then I look at what Arkansas Act 900 is and how it regulates PBM maximum allowable costs, and then how Wyoming's maximum allowable cost statute compares with the Arkansas Act. So next slide, please. Again, forgive me if I'm repeating what you've already heard from the Department of Insurance, but PBMs are companies that manage prescription drug benefits on behalf of health insurers, and their purpose is to reduce or contain prescription drug costs. Next slide, please. They contain those costs by negotiating discounts and rebates with drug manufacturers and by limiting the amount of reimbursements that go to pharmacies. And as you've already heard, those reimbursements are known as the maximum allowable cost or the formulary that is under the contract that they have with pharmacies in the health insurers network. Next slide, please. So how are PBMs regulated? They're largely regulated by states rather than the federal government. All 50 states and the District of Columbia have legislation regulating PBMs. Next slide, please. NCSL breaks down state legislation regulating PBMs into 12 categories. A few states regulate all PBM practices in all 12 areas. Some states regulate them only in 1 or 2 areas. Most states fall somewhere in between. According to the NCSL categories, Wyoming regulates 4 areas of PBM practices. Next slide, please. So as I think you already learned from the Department of Insurance, Wyoming's PBM statutes were first passed in 2016 with a bill, House Bill 35, which was sponsored by the Joint Corporations Committee. And those statutes are part of the insurance code. So next slide, please. The original 2016 Act required that PBMs be licensed by the Department of Insurance, that they follow certain standards when auditing pharmacies, and that they meet certain requirements for reimbursing pharmacies according to maximum allowable cost lists. By the way, you'll note I have put page numbers at the bottom of each slide that refer to which page of the issue brief this information comes from. Then in 2019, the legislature amended the PBM statutes to add what the Department of Insurance referred to as the gag clause. So PBMs are prohibited PBMs cannot prohibit pharmacies from disclosing prescription drug cost information or offering a less expensive drug alternative to a customer. Next slide, please. This just explains more what maximum allowable costs are, which the Department of Insurance also did a great job of explaining. Again, they are these maximum allowable cost lists are what PBMs issue for each pharmacy network, and they set the maximum reimbursement amount that they will pay to a pharmacy for a drug that the pharmacy dispenses. Next slide, please. So how does Wyoming currently regulate maximum allowable costs? Again, I apologize if I'm repeating Department of Information or Department of Insurance information. But Wyoming Statute 2652-104 requires that PBMs ensure that MAC list drugs meet national rating requirements and are available for purchase by Wyoming pharmacies from wholesalers. When setting the MAC list cost, the PBM is to consider only the price of the drug and any generic equivalent. And they need to make that MAC list and the sources that they utilize to calculate that maximum allowable cost available to pharmacies. So there needs to be some transparency. If they make changes to the MAC list, they need to update the list every 7 days to reflect those changes. And they need to provide pharmacies with a process to appeal that reimbursement rate. Next slide, please. So what does that appeal process look like? Pharmacies have up to 10 days to appeal the reimbursement rate. A PBM then has up to 10 days to respond to the appeal. So, and I want to make clear, when a pharmacy appeals the MAC, the appeal goes to the PBM. It does not go to a third party. If the PBM upholds the appeal, they are required by the statute to adjust the MAC reimbursement within 1 day and allow the pharmacy to rebill the claim. If the PBM denies the appeal, they are required to provide a national drug code number to the pharmacy that shows the pharmacy where they can purchase that drug at a cost at or below the MAC from a wholesaler. Next slide, please. I stuck this slide in here because these are some questions I had when I was doing this, preparing this issue brief, and I was not able to find data to answer any of these, but I think they're important questions to ask about how effective Wyoming's current statutes are. So are Wyoming pharmacies utilizing the appeal process? What percentage of appeals are upheld? What percentage are denied? When appeals are upheld, are MAC costs being adjusted sufficiently to cover pharmacy acquisition costs, to cover the actual cost of that drug that the pharmacy is having to pay? And when PBMs deny appeals, are they providing national drug codes that do actually allow pharmacies to obtain that drug? And I think that gets to Madam Chairman Wilson's question. I don't have answers for these, but I think they're questions for further study. Next slide, please. So how do Wyoming's current statutes, MAC statutes, compare to Arkansas Act 900? Next slide, please. So the Arkansas General Assembly passed Act 900 in 2015. It amended their maximum allowable cost statute. And the act, it's rather complex, but it effectively requires PBMs to reimburse pharmacies at a maximum allowable cost that is equal to or greater than the pharmacy acquisition cost. It also allows pharmacies to decline to provide a prescription drug to a patient if the reimbursement is less than their acquisition cost. So even though they have a contract with that PBM that says they're going to provide drugs to, prescription drugs to customers who are in that network who, insured by the health insurer, the PBM is contracted to work for, that pharmacy can decline to provide that drug under this statute if the cost is too great, if they're not going to be reimbursed. Next slide, please. So the Arkansas statute is more stringent than Wyoming statute in that way, in that it specifies that the MAC needs to be adjusted greater than the pharmacy acquisition cost. The statute's also more stringent than Wyoming statute in several other ways, including, importantly, that the Arkansas statute explicitly states that a violation of the maximum allowable cost statute is a violation of 3 other Arkansas laws, which are listed in the statute. The Arkansas maximum allowable cost statute is part of a much more comprehensive state regulation of PBMs than Wyoming statutes provide. And if we go to the next slide, please, this hopefully captures that. As I said previously, Wyoming regulates 4 areas of PBM practices. You can see them listed here. There's a column that shows the 4 areas with a Y for yes that Wyoming regulates. The gag clause, licensure of PBMs, maximum allowable costs, and standards for when PBMs audit pharmacies, and how, if pharmacies appeal that audit, what the process needs to look like. Arkansas regulates those 4 areas plus 5 additional areas. Those would be pharmacy network adequacy. Do state residents have access to pharmacies throughout the state? Pharmacy reimbursement and clawbacks, regulatory agency enforcement. I highlighted that because I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Spread pricing and utilization management tools. There are statutes, Arkansas statutes that address each of those areas. We do not have equivalent statutes in Wyoming. So as the Department of Insurance explained, Wyoming's PBM statute requires PBMs to be licensed by the department. Next slide, please. Arkansas statute also requires that PBMs be licensed by their commissioner of insurance, but their statutes give the commissioner explicit authority to regulate PBMs in the areas I have listed, both their financial standards, their financial solvency, their maximum allowable cost practices, pharmacy network adequacy, PBM rebates and the compensation they receive. And they also include reporting requirements. PBMs need to report information to the Arkansas Commissioner of Insurance every year, very specific information. Of course, with regulating PBMs, it takes people to do that. The Arkansas Department of Insurance employs 3 full-time staff, 2 investigators, and 1 coordinator who are dedicated to PBM regulation. Next slide, please. In the issue brief that you have in your notebooks, not only is there information comparing the Arkansas and Wyoming PBM statutes, but there is also model legislation at the end of that issue brief in Appendix D from the National Council of Insurance Legislators and from the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. So, and next slide, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you for that. Questions, committee? Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Donna, thank you very much. And I look forward to delving a little more into this. I'm not sure how much you looked at the Rutledge case itself. And again, some of my questions I think are just going to be, I'm asking the question in order to process this out, and it may have to come by later, but the Rutledge case, it looks like the suit was only regarding the ERISA insurance plans. So it sounds like it didn't, I guess, just use that as the kind of the nexus to delve into the issue, but companies that have insurance plans outside of ERISA or like Medicaid, Medicare, that was evidently not covered? Did you get any, did you look at all into how that plays out? Because I would imagine that all those type of insurance products use PBMs in some way. Did you delve into that at all?
Mhm. Chairman Baldwin, Chairman Wilson, I didn't look closely at interpreting the Rutledge case. And I'll say up front, I'm not an attorney, so I probably shouldn't provide any legal interpretation of that case. My understanding of the case was that the Supreme Court decided that states do have regulatory authority over PBMs, that was one of the important outcomes of that decision.
Further questions, committee? Thank you very much for that presentation.
Okay, thank you.
You're off the hook. Okay. I guess that moves us on to some public comment, and there's a lot of it, I suspect. So let's start in the room. So these people are very anxious to jump up to this front desk. So you guys can arm wrestle about who wants to come first. Oh, Miss Carol got up first. She wins.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
Who is speaking?
I am down here to your right.
Oh, you are. Go ahead, Representative Flitner.
Well, no, come on down. Well, I was just wanted to say, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Donna, thank you for all the data that you've compiled. We really appreciate not only the white paper, but the slide deck as well. Thank you.
Okay, Miss Carol, reintroduce yourself.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, I'm Melinda Carroll. I am a practicing pharmacist in Cheyenne. And today I will be speaking on behalf of the Wyoming Pharmacy Association membership in regards to prescription benefit managers. PBMs have a tremendous impact on decision-making and healthcare costs in the US. Many people do not understand the role that PBMs play or how they work, which is inadvertently increasing healthcare costs and reducing access to care. For example, the top 3 PBMs control 77% of the market. CVS Caremark, the PBM for CVS. So yes, a pharmacy owns a PBM controlled by the same company. They also own Aetna, which is a healthcare plan, which that in and of itself I see issues with. But that's a side point. So it's the second largest PBM in the US, accounting for nearly 34% of covered lives. This significant market share allows CVS Caremark, as well as the other largest PBMs, to exercise undue market leverage and generate outsized profits for themselves. They do this by determining which pharmacies will be included in a prescriptions drug plans network and how much said pharmacies will be paid for their services. Oftentimes excluding pharmacies which reduce access to care or paying their pharmacies a considerably higher reimbursement rate than other pharmacies that are sometimes reimbursed at a loss. And I would say that sometimes is probably more than we would all think, and how many businesses can operate at a loss. So with that, this also obviously decreases access to care. Some of them entice plan sponsors to require plan beneficiaries to use a mail order pharmacy, also often one owned and operated by the PBM. So the PBMs own the mail order pharmacies. They also determine which medications will be covered by the plan or plan formulary, and drug manufacturers often pay rebates to the PBM. So those brand name drugs, they basically pay to get on their formularies. So another form of income for the PBMs. While their role goes largely unnoticed, the non-transparent nature of the traditional PBM business model can add hidden costs and lead to higher prices. In general, PBMs collect money or fees from the health plan. So for reimbursement for the drugs, sometimes it's spread pricing, which is charging the health plan or getting more from the health plan than they reimburse the pharmacy at. The patient co-pays, premiums go to them. The pharmacy direct and indirect remuneration fees, which has not been touched on a lot, which there is current legislation nationally that is being sought after on DIR fee reform. So DIR fees are pay for performance is what PBMs will tell you. They are supposed to increase quality care. In the end, DIR fees have increased 91,500% from 2010 to 2019. So to give you an idea about what that would look like for other products, a $4 gallon of milk in 2010 would now cost you $3,663. Is that something that would be sustainable? So hopefully the national legislation makes it further, but this is another reason why that this reform needs to happen. So DIR fees are what pharmacies pay the PBMs. And they say, well, you can get some back if you perform well. I will have another colleague that touches base on that. And that wasn't even touched on with the reimbursement for the drug. So we're now being reimbursed under our acquisition cost, and we're paying them because we're dispensing it. And we are not getting paid for our services. So we're actually dispensing the drug and still not getting paid for that. So that's how pharmacies pay PBMs. And then the drug companies pay PBMs with the rebates. This has all led to a 1,150% increase in drug benefit costs from 1987, while patients' actual out-of-pocket costs have increased 182%. So in the end, PBMs were supposed to save the healthcare process money, right? They were supposed to be the watchdogs, the guardians, making sure that drug costs were not increasing. I would challenge that idea. PBMs initially started to reduce healthcare costs. However, they have turned into a behemoth profit generating machine for the companies that own them. In fact, in 2019, the combined revenues of the largest health insurers and their PBMs were forecasted to significantly outpace the combined revenues of Amazon, Apple, Facebook, Google, and Netflix. And for the fourth quarter of 2019, Anthem credited its PBM business for outperforming its revenue projections. These profits have come at the expense of consumers and pharmacies that are diligently trying to provide patient care. Local pharmacies also do a lot more for their community than dispense medication. These are small business owners who volunteer their time, donate to civic groups, employ their neighbors, and serve patients for whom, in many cases, the local pharmacist is the only healthcare provider around. And I would argue that's even more so for our state because of our rural nature. PBMs are forcing them to make some very unfortunate decisions, and potentially millions of people will be affected through closure and reduced staff. We have already seen a massive closure of independent pharmacies throughout the nation. And again, those are the people that are employing people in our communities. They're providing the healthcare in our communities. It is due to these reasons that the Wyoming Pharmacy Association would encourage this committee to look at serious PBM reforms, such as Texas House Bill 1763. This bill will protect patient access and care through prohibiting PBM clawbacks, which have been kind of talked about, but not in depth. Again, a colleague of mine will probably cover that a little bit better for you. But it reduces the amount paid to a pharmacy for a prescription weeks or months after the prescription is filled. So you might have sold it above your acquisition cost to begin with, but then 3 months later, they claw back money and you then sold it at a loss. So it ensures patient choice by allowing local pharmacies to mail and deliver prescriptions if the patient requests. So stopping those steering kind of measures, making it so people have to fill it mail order, things like that. Prevents self-dealing by prohibiting PBMs from steering patients to PBM-owned specialty pharmacies by requiring accreditations or certifications above those required by state and federal law. Prohibits PBMs from paying affiliated retail or mail order pharmacies more than they pay other pharmacies in a network. So that's another practice they have, CVS Caremark. Caremark reimburses CVS at a much higher rate than they do other pharmacies. It also provides legal protection for pharmacies against retaliatory actions by PBMs for lodging appeals or complaints against PBMs. Through reforms such as these, we believe that overall health care costs would be reduced and patient access to care would be maintained. If nothing is done, we believe we will continue to see further pharmacy closures and intensified healthcare deserts in our state that already suffers from decreased access to care. So with that, I would stand for questions.
Questions Committee, Representative Flintner.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Dr. Carroll, thank you for your testimony on this matter, but for being here the last couple of days and providing testimony on a matter of a number of subjects. Have you personally been involved in the appeal process? And if you could speak to that, I would be curious about that. Secondly, would a third party help in that process? If you could answer those questions.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Flintner, because I work for a corporation, I am not directly involved in the appeals process. Again, one of my colleagues that's going to speak is directly involved in that appeals process and can further explain what happens with that and how it works and if it's beneficial. The other part to that question is, would a third party help with this? So trying to understand that a third party oversight or third party.
Mr. Chairman, I guess in my vision, it would be like a third party, even a citizen group, committee or something whereby if you lobbied an appeal, then you would go in front of an arbitrary, like a more objective board as opposed to the PBMs themselves.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Flinter, I believe that would absolutely help, because why are we submitting appeals to the company that is the one that's setting all of these rules to begin with? It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And again, I question what business could maintain this. And I'm sorry, I meant to address some of the questions that were posed earlier. So Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman Wilson, the audits that were brought up earlier on how many audits were performed. So the Insurance Commission stated that one audit was performed. I'm guessing that she's speaking in regards to audits on PBMs or the health insurers themselves. Audits in pharmacies happen all the time. So these PBMs come in and audit the claims that we submit to them, and they recoup money after the fact. And so the protections that were put in the previous law were to try and help protect pharmacies from having claims recouped for massive amount of claims. So they find one that was billed inadvertently incorrect, and they say, well, if you billed this one incorrect, you must have billed all 200 of these incorrect. So we're going to take back every single penny we paid you for those. So myself, my pharmacy has gone through probably at least 5 to 6 desk audits already this year. We just lost about $1,500 on one claim because the day's supply on the medication was inadvertently billed incorrectly, which had it been brought to our attention previously, we would have rebuilt it and it would have been fine, but that's not what happened. They audited and took back $1,500 on a $2,200 claim. So now we're truly at a loss. And that is not unique at all in pharmacy. So the ability to purchase from other suppliers, that's not a thing that is available. So I am contracted. So my company, I work for a Kroger company. They have their own drug supplier. It's a Peyton is what it's called. And so we get orders from Peyton. We're contracted with them. We use them. We also have a secondary supplier, Cardinal Health. And so those are the two places I can purchase medications from. That's it. I cannot go outside of that. I cannot look at other places to buy drugs from. That's great if it might be available from McKesson, which is another drug wholesaler. I am not contracted with them and I cannot purchase it from them. And then finally, with the Rutledge court ruling, the ERISA. So it was 8-0, saying that PBMs do not fall into the ERISA category. So that does not apply to PBMs. And that was their argument, that they fall under this obscure law, and that is why states should not be able to regulate them, and that it should be a federal thing, which federal legislation has not moved very rapidly on this. So it is up to the states to really make sure that these prescription costs are contained. And again, I would argue that you have the flow charts that we have seen, and it looks like the money is going everywhere, when in all reality, the money is going a lot of one place. And it's putting the residents of Wyoming at greater risk of losing healthcare.
Follow up, Representative Flitner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Dr. Carroll, you said that your company Kroger contracts with Cardinal and one other supplier. What would be the reasons not to contract with a broader expanse of suppliers?
Dr. Carroll.
Chairman Baldwin, Representative Flitner, you, just like any other contract, you get better contract rates if you can do exclusive contracts with these companies. The one that our primary supplier is actually a company that is owned, by Kroger. So they have better cost reduction if they can supply that kind of their own drugs at that point. There really is pretty much 3 drug wholesale providers. So Cardinal Health, McKesson, and AmerisourceBergen. So those are the options that you have to get your drugs. And it's almost another middleman, which is great because that's another place that money goes. Because it used to be that you would purchase it from the drug manufacturers, and that did change as well. So you don't have a lot of options in the first place. And there are gray markets, but that sounds exactly like it should. So hospitals use that more than community or retail locations. And that happens more frequently when you have drug shortages, which happen often, unfortunately.
Representative Ottman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Carroll. Public testimony is so wonderful. I mean, it's nice to have people that are there working in it from that vantage point. You said about mailing, and I was kind of interested in that because I know that through different entities like the VA and different ones, they overnight things that you could use, or through hospice. Where do all those costs and charges go for that overnight? Is that something then that's taken from the local pharmacies, or is that, how does that work? Thank you.
Dr.
Chairman Baldwin, Representative Ottman, so there's a couple different ways that those costs can be distributed. Oftentimes it's the consumer that ends up picking up those costs through those plans with kind of increased costs for their drugs. With the VA system, it's the taxpayers that pay for that. In my pharmacy, I FedEx 2-day ship things. My pharmacy absorbs that cost. So that's something that we pay for.
Further questions, committees? Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Ms. Carroll, to circle back to the discussion about the denial of the appeal, and you answered this, but I just want to kind of confirm. So it says in our LSO presentation, if the PBM denies the appeal, and I appreciate that, as you say, perhaps the corporate people are dealing with this, but the PBM must provide the NDC number that indicates where the drug is available for purchase in the state from national or regional wholesalers at a price at or below the MAC. So if there are, in essence, for the majority of drugs, only 3 wholesalers, and I suppose there might be some specialty things that are elsewhere, but in the majority of cases, there are perhaps only 3 or so wholesalers. does it ever happen that you or your company actually gets information and you say, like in my previous example, oh, we could have got this for $8 less at some other place and now we'll buy, I mean, is that actually a productive requirement in our statute?
Dr. Carroll.
Chairman Baldwin, Madam Chair Wilson, no, it's not. Simple answer. I mean, we've already purchased the drug. We've already sold it at a loss. So, and we probably are not going to be able to purchase it from that location anyways. And I mean, that's fantastic that it's $8 cheaper somewhere else. Good to know. I mean, honestly, is it useful? Probably not.
Follow up, go ahead.
And so a follow-up on that. When you folks purchase meds to have, you know, on hand in the pharmacy, are your contracts for, say, a year at a time or 2 or 3 years at a time? And do you get, you know, like a month's worth of shipment at a time, let's say? I mean, if you did find out that some common drug, amlodipine, was $8 cheaper through some other source, and you said, aha, well, now we know better and we'll buy all our amlodipine from this other place, would you be able to do anything with that information, like in the next, you know, month or year or anything? Or any thoughts on?
Chairman Baldwin, Madam Chair Wilson. So within those drug wholesalers, there are different, so NDC's National Drug Code, that's similar to a UPC. So different products are available from different manufacturers. So you do have options within those, that particular drug. So amlodipine has several different manufacturers. So my company, yes, will renegotiate for our preferred manufacturer to find the best price within that contract. It doesn't happen monthly. It can happen quarterly. Some places probably do it less frequently. Some may do it more frequently. With the shipments of drugs, so I'm not sure how many of you are business owners or kind of look at inventory turnover. So in pharmacy in general, you're looking at probably having on hand anywhere from a week of what you use to up to a month of what you use, depending on the medication. Obviously, you factor in cost because that's going to ultimately hurt you if you're keeping high inventory on the shelf, that type of thing. And so, yes, anywhere from a week to a month of supply is what's kept at the pharmacy at any given time. And so to put that in perspective, something like amlodipine, you could go through easily 5,000, 10,000 tablets in a month. So, I mean, you're keeping a decent amount on hand. Some other drugs, you don't need quite as much. You know, maybe 130 count is sufficient, but yes, you would have that on hand at all times because you want to be able to serve your patients and have the medications that your patients need at any given time.
Further questions? I think we asked for a show of hands. How many people know what amlodipine is? That's what I suspected. Yeah, very good. I know. Very good. Further questions, committee? Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, thank you, Dr. Carroll, for here and your testimony and information. Is there a correlation between the price that a pharmacy is paying to a PPM and the price that a customer patient pays? So ultimately, this topic is in part about reducing costs to consumers, to patients in Wyoming, and concern about that, and this being kind of one element. But I am curious about that relationship between the cost that you are paying or a pharmacy down the street and then what the individual pays.
Dr. Carroll.
So Chairman Baldwin, Representative Connolly, is there a correlation between the two? So there is if I don't go through their insurance. Usually PBMs will set what their copays are, whether it be a percentage of what the drug cost is. So in that instance, sure, whatever my cost is, they're going to pay a percentage of. Oftentimes you'll see flat rates for copays for patients though. So generics are $5, brand names are 20, some sort of form like that where it's a flat rate. And that's where you see things like the gag order for pharmacies being removed as being an important part of legislation, because previously with the gag order in place, if you even spoke about that with your patient saying, if you paid cash for this, this actually would be cheaper for you than going through your insurance. And that's because you would lose your contract with the PBM because they would not allow you to share that information with the patient. So why was that practice in place in the first place is a good question. But yes, I mean, you can see relationship, like I said, if you have a percentage-based copay, but that is not a typical way that copays are figured.
Mr. Chairman, just a comment. This is far more complicated than I ever imagined.
At this point, I say, I told you so. I told somebody in the audience. Yeah. Dr. Halnan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only reason to have these PBMs is that they provide some kind of a service to the healthcare industry by cutting costs, if they do. Is there any evidence that they have cut costs around the country in places, for instance, in Wyoming? Are the costs higher in Wyoming than they are in Arkansas? So do you have, I don't imagine you have that information, but I would be interested to know whether we ought to even have such a thing as a PBM. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Mr. or Miss, whatever you want to call me. Dr. Carroll, go ahead.
Chairman Baldwin, Representative Hallinan. There are places that are getting rid of PBMs, and they have done so with great cost savings, actually, which is fairly impressive. Yes, that was their original intent, was to reduce the cost of drugs. I would say that our drug costs have not been reduced at all. And some of the information that is out there, the amount of cost of drugs has increased quite considerably since this has, gone into effect. And again, I bring back that from 1987 until today, drug costs have increased 1,150%. That is not on par with inflation at all. And I would argue that those costs are being increased somehow. And some of the quotes that you get from PBMs are, look at how much pharmacists are paid in regards to things. Well, I can guarantee you that pharmacies are not making a lot of money. As was stated earlier, the profit margins are sometimes negative for pharmacies, which is why they're closing. Why would a business close if they're making massive amounts of profit? They're not. So they have not contained drug costs. They are making considerable profits, and the consumer is not seeing that benefit. The health plans are not seeing that benefit. Companies are very profitable.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Romero Martinez.
Thank you, Dr. Carroll, for all this information. I was really struck by the example you gave about what the inflation of milk would be. I just went and got milk yesterday. I don't think I would be able to survive for the rest of my life if I had that kind of inflationary product with milk. So I can understand why the healthcare market is struggling, because people can't even get medicine. It appears to me, and I don't mean to be too short, but it's more of a closed-ended question. And I think you may have already answered this, so I apologize if I'm being redundant. But it seems to me that there's this sort of corporate alliance which has tended towards a private and corporate structure of greed via some form of a monopoly. And it appears that although these PBMs may have been set up to create cost savings, it looks like they may have been, they have created a situation where in the healthcare market, all stakeholders have been unequally yoked and resulting in undue burdens to people who actually need the help. And so my question would be, do you agree?
Go ahead.
Chairman Baldwin, Representative Ramiro Martinez. Yes, I would agree. The intent of PBMs to begin with was very noble. And yes, I think that cost containment is a very important thing in healthcare. Do I think that these companies initially wanted to do that? Sure. And then maybe a culture that was counterintuitive to cost savings did take hold. And corporations saw ways to gain large amounts of profit. And again, the transparency issue is a big issue here because people cannot see where that money is going, where it's coming from. We need transparency in it. I would imagine that if you could see the audits of these companies, which I think is very important, and to see the profits that are going in, and what they're charging for rebates, what they're charging for DIR fees, how they base those things. It's very important because I think it would shed some great light into why drug costs have increased so much. So in essence, to your closed-ended question, a very open-ended answer, but I would agree that a culture that was not initially intended has somehow taken hold.
Further questions, Representative Ottman? Oh, go. Do you have a follow-up, Representative Warmer?
Just to close out, this culture of counterintuitivity, is that how I say it, is really the culture of death. And in my district specifically, stakeholders, even within my own faith family, owned a hospital, St. Vincent de Paul's, and there was big pressure to push us out of that business. So it's no mystery that, or I don't even, that these things have happened because they've been going on. And while you were speaking, I reached out to a couple of leaders. I haven't gotten any response back, but I don't want to blame Kroger because I like King Soopers, but obviously we need to make some changes here statutorily, and I appreciate your information and very well said. Thank you.
Representative Ottman, I believe I saw your hand.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Dr. Carroll. And maybe this question can't be answered by you, but I was kind of interested to know if the PBM facet was eliminated, would that leave some holes in service from production to consumer that would have to be picked up, or could it just be eliminated? Thank you.
Dr.
Carroll. Chairman Baldwin, Representative Ottman. So because of what has been happening with PBMs and the unsustainability of where it's going, there are different models that have been proposed and have been put into place with varying success. And I would be happy to get you more information on that. I don't feel comfortable speaking, shooting from the hip about that. I think it's PMAs or something to that effect, that it's just much more transparent, and you can see the flow of money much more. They're much more open organizations. Again, some have done away with PBMs entirely. I believe in North Carolina, one of those states, their Medicaid program got rid of the PBM entirely and saved the taxpayers millions of dollars. by just simply eliminating that and having the health plan manage the drug benefit as well. And that's really where it comes down to, is the health plans did not feel that they were knowledgeable enough to manage the drug benefits. And they felt that they needed somebody that had expertise in the drug benefit area. And so they contract with a third-party company that they feel has the expertise in the drug benefit arena. So truly middlemen in that sense, because the health plan that you contracts with, you know, another company to manage your medication.
Representative Flitner.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And just to follow up on that question, if you are self-pay and you have no plan, then where would those people be? Do you feel like, are they being advocated now with the PBM, or without the PBM, would they be better off?
Dr. Carroll.
Chairman Baldwin, Representative Flintner, we actually have seen a move away from PBMs. So I'm sure everybody has heard about things like GoodRx, where you go online, you put in a medication, you can see costs that are at reduced costs for you if you use this coupon. Unfortunately, I would say that that's probably no better for pharmacies, because they still generally can sell at a loss with those. However, I can only speak for the company that I work for, but Kroger actually contracted with GoodRx to come up with a basic program that is paid for almost like an insurance plan, where it's beneficial for both GoodRx, it's beneficial for Kroger, it's beneficial for the consumer. So that same drug, amlodipine, on this particular plan would be a $0 copay for the patient if they were to sign up for this. People are looking at workarounds. It's basically what it is. And a lot of people do choose to pay cash or to use some other form rather than their insurance because of these costs. And so I think that shows that we do need to fix something. It needs to be fixed because people are looking for workarounds, looking for ways out of this particular contract situation. And I oftentimes think that patients that are not on extraordinarily expensive medications or catastrophic kind of situations happening are benefiting from not using their prescription benefit plan.
Thank you. Senator Hutchins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Carroll, quick question on House Bill 1763 out of Texas. Would that eliminate the PBM?
Dr. Carroll.
Chairman Baldwin, Representative Hutchins. So it does not eliminate the PBM. It just regulates a little bit more than what the Arkansas legislation does. And well, I think it's very admirable what they did in Arkansas, and they were truly leading the fight on this a lot of the time. As it's been stated, there are all 50 states that have sought PBM reform, and there is a reason for that. It's because it's a problem. And so I think that we need to move beyond what they have done in Arkansas at this point. I can provide further information to the committee on the aspects that in PBM reform that really would make a difference. And it's 12 points, as they stated earlier on in one of the presentations. There's 12 different areas that really need to be looked at and reviewed, and maybe some oversight and some forced transparency would really help with the costs. So the Texas legislation is maybe a little bit more in depth than the Arkansas legislation. And I would like to go even more in depth if we could, because I truly think it's important for the residents of Wyoming to help with healthcare costs. And again, to have that healthcare provider in their community and not lose that essential person.
Thank you. Two hands down there. Dr. Halidon, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, and I guess this would be for the insurance people here. Is there any reason why we couldn't just do away with these PBMs? Is there any
Oh,
reason,
not us.
could we get along without a PBM? And have other states done that? Thank you.
Okay, and you go ahead and answer that if you want, but I'm sure we're going to hear more about that shortly.
Chairman Baldwin, Representative Hallinan. So I would say that the PBMs are going to argue that they're imperative to our system. And there are a couple of PBM representatives here today, and which I'm sure that we get along, very well. It's one of those situations where we hopefully don't have opposing views, and we would like to, in the end, have that ultimate goal of reducing healthcare costs, increasing access to care. However, yes, there's people that have gotten rid of PBMs, and they've done it and they have ultimately saved money. Am I saying that there's no way to use or no way to go forward with using PBMs? I'm not saying that at all. I understand the heart of the issue, that we want to contain healthcare costs, and that's what they were intended for. And if that's truly what they end up doing in the end, that's fantastic. I think that that's a goal that we're all after. However, the cash flow that we have seen as pharmacies and watch our patients pay and see reimbursements and things like that would say otherwise. And so again, if the model that we continue to use is PBM, something needs to happen that reins in this very non-transparent industry.
Thank you very much, Senator Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been trying to chime in here, so I'm going to hold this for a little while if I can. So
I control that, so go ahead.
Okay. So my question is about, well, I have a lot of questions here. The Texas law looks like it has a lot of sideboards. I mean, even to regulate pharmacists, so I think it's a two-way street on that legislation. So I thought, and I did notice too, that it had zero opposition in both the Senate and the House. And it also maybe, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but it looked like insulin was a driving force there. And they found that the PBMs were at fault in helping to drive that cost. So would that be correct?
Chairman Baldwin, Senator Bouchard, that would be correct. That was one of the driving reasons for legislation like this. Is insulin is an incredibly expensive drug, and it's obviously quite necessary for people to live, and those costs went up quite a bit in that time frame, and so they wanted to look into why that was.
And did that, Mr. Chairman, did that open up the scope, and then they started seeing the bigger picture? Is that how that happened?
Chairman Baldwin, Senator Bouchard, yes. So it shed some light on the practices that were happening, and garnered further interest in the matter, because like I said, the colleagues that are here that are PBM representatives, they have deep pockets and they have a lot of lobbyists, and they have really done well for themselves in representation in legislation.
Follow-up.
Mr. Chairman, so one of the things that I noticed in Texas legislation is that it brings up schedules. So I'm going to ask you a question first, because I want to see how this fixes it, and I kind of know what it does. So now, when you have a price schedule, is it updated? Do you have to? I mean, and let me lead into a little bit. During COVID, and I shouldn't know any of this, except I got in a lot of patients that I had to refer to. I'm not a doctor, I don't practice medicine, but I had people that had need and referred them to a doctor, and they gave me reports back where, for instance, most of the, if it was hydroxychloroquine or Z-Pak, it all was pretty much the same. But when it came to the steroids, what would happen is one could get it at a certain price, another one got it a different, another one, they said they couldn't cover it, or, so there was such a variance of what was going on the steroids. And it seemed to me that pharmacists didn't have a price schedule on it. And so they couldn't, it was coming back that, hey, we have to charge you a different price. You know, they changed that price, or it was just so much inconsistency. So is that the case with price schedules now? Do we find out the next day or next week what we're charging the customer? Is that what's happening with price schedules today? Dr.
Chairman Baldwin, Senator Bouchard. So a lot of that actually had to do with drug shortages, drug suppliers, drug wholesalers. Drug shortages affect the cost of drugs greatly. It's supply and demand. And so when the supply is very low, obviously your demand is a little bit higher, they're charging more for the drugs. And that's just plain and simple what's happening. As for price schedules, that would be similar to like the MAC pricing, I would think, what reimbursement rates are at. And, you know, not being able to reimburse the pharmacy for less than what they're acquiring the drug at. So in the instance of a steroid, something like dexamethasone that's used can be incredibly cheap. But when when it's stated that this is the treatment that we're now going with, and then everybody buys up all the dexamethasone, it's no longer incredibly cheap. But then you're still going to be reimbursed at that incredibly cheap rate, because that's the MAC price. That's what it's contracted at. That's your price schedule. And so now, dexamethasone that you were buying for $2 for a bottle of 100, you're all of a sudden buying for 50, 75, so on and so forth. And you're still being reimbursed at that other rate.
Mr. Chairman, I may have one more after this. Mr. Chairman, where I'm going with this is I see in the Texas legislation that they can't come back and change it after the fact. So once it goes through, it looks like there's a perimeter there that they can't come back and charge it back or say it's more. So there's not a price change. And that looks pretty crucial to the Texas legislation, because it looks like they could put in a profitability number and say, hey, we're going to change this. So that's one thing that I want you to address. But I would also like to look at, there's disclosures that I see in the Texas legislation. So that would be more towards the transparency. Because I think in the future, we don't know what's going on if we don't see those disclosures. And under current law here, because I see in the Texas legislation that bars the pharmacy from charging for the PBM service, or it looks like something like that. So I want to know how that works now. And I think that's, other than I saw zero opposition in Texas, I'm just looking at this whole thing. If the committee would like me to, email this to them so they could look at what I'm looking at. Anyway, anything on those few things, anything else you can add about Texas?
Chairman Baldwin, Senator Bouchard. So not being able to change the price. So from what I recall reading, and again, I would hesitate to shoot from the hip. What I recall from that is that they basically said that you have to reimburse at this rate that's not below what the acquisition cost is. They're not saying that they cannot reimburse at greater than that rate. Again, it would be nice to be paid for our services itself, not just the product, because we are providing a service. So I would argue that it would be right to reimburse at greater than the acquisition cost. So that is what I remember from that particular piece of that, is that they can't go back and change it and reimburse for less. However, they could reimburse for more. And I'm so sorry, you'll have to forgive me. Remind me of your second question.
Mr. Chairman, the disclosures, were all the disclosures to get to that transparency? I mean, because not being a pharmacist, I can't tell exactly what all the disclosures meant. So maybe tell this committee what that means to you. Dr. Kerr.
Chairman Baldwin, Senator Bouchard. So disclosures would be some of those pricing and fees that we were discussing previously. So that spread pricing, if the health plan, they're getting paid at a certain rate, but they're reimbursing the pharmacy at a lower rate, they need to disclose that. Those rebates that they're getting from the drug manufacturers to get their drugs on their formularies, what's that rebate that they're getting? DIR fees, which are very elusive to pharmacies. It's very hard to pin down what we're going to be charged, and potentially what we can make back of those DIR fees. And again, that stands for direct and indirect remuneration fees, which sounds about as explanatory as everybody understands. So very confusing. And again, it's supposed to be a metric that helps increase, the quality of healthcare. But as a pharmacist and as a pharmacy, they're not very clear on what you're going to get paid for. They keep on moving the bench post on what is acceptable, what isn't acceptable. And so things like that in legislation kind of sets it to say, well, if you set this, you can't continue to, update what you consider acceptable, every year and say, well, that goal was great, but now we're moving it again until it's impossible to reach.
Thank you very much. I'm going to make a suggestion, committee, because Dr. Carroll is tired. I can tell. And that will change my earlier recommendation. Is we're still going to get out here early, but maybe not as early as I intended. I see more people drift into the room as we go. And here's my intention, committee can throw stones at me or say, sure. And that is that we give Dr. Carroll a break. We invite one of the PBM management folks up, or two, or however many, get their testimony, take a lunch break, come back, ask questions, and finish up testimony if that's agreeable with everyone. I still want to get out here at a reasonable time. We're not staying till 10 tonight. But committee members, any comments on that or suggestions or thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, what were your thoughts on a break, lunch break?
No, lunch break would be from 12:30 perhaps to 1:30.
How about we cut that to 30 minutes?
That's, if the rest of the committee is in agreement with that, I'm fine with that.
Mr. Chairman.
Your voice.
Apologies. I just wanted to remind the committee that the food court is not open today, so you will need to venture into Riverton proper.
Correct. There are no mandates today. You're on your own. Well, that's a good point. How about this? If we get 20 minutes worth testimony from PBM folks, or one or two that can testify quickly, take a 45-minute lunch break, which will give you time to run downtown, grab a burger, not a mandate again, grab a taco. Come back, ask questions, get further testimony. We've asked poor Dr. Carroll a lot of questions. I suspect we've already answered some of the questions that we didn't have, but we got more ahead, certainly. Would the committee be in agreement with that? If we take off at 12:30, come back, do after a 45-minute lunch? Is that agreeable? Agreeable? Everybody's shaking their head. Everybody's not shaking their head. Some people aren't paying attention. So let's go ahead and invite a couple of the PBM. Oh. That's. Okay. Here's the alternative. Let's take off for lunch right now. Be back at 1 o'clock and hit it hard. Deal? Okay. Committee will take a break until 1 o'clock.